Section 1 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Henners. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Enriqueta Monteiro. St. Anthony's Goddaughter. There once lived a good, honest man, who had had so many children that all the men in the neighbourhood had been asked to stand godfather to one or another of them. So when another child, a girl, was born to him, the poor man, not knowing whom to ask to be godfather, went out into the high road and walked along with the child in his arms, with the intention of asking the first man he met to be godfather. It so happened that the first man he met in the road was a friar, who not only acceded to his request, but took the child to be baptized and gave her the name of Antonia. The friar then took leave of the man with these words: "Bring up the girl with the greatest care, and when she is 13 years old, I shall return for her, and see that she gets a good situation." 13 years had elapsed, and the man, finding that the godfather did not return as he had promised, resolved to send his daughter into service. And, having obtained for her a good post in a respectable family, he started from home with his daughter to her new employers. When they were out of the city, and already in the high road, the godfather suddenly stood before them like an apparition, and addressing the father, he said, "I have secured an excellent situation for my goddaughter in the king's palace, and she must not delay in going to it. But it is requisite that she should be attired in men's clothes, and be known by the name of Antonio instead of Antonia. Otherwise she may run great risks in the king's palace, on account of her beauty." Before leaving them, the godfather gave the girl some good advice: to be of modest behaviour, and fulfil her duties faithfully in the palace. And he moreover told her, whenever she found herself in any strait or difficulty, to call upon him and say, "O godfather, hasten to help me." The girl entered upon her duties in the palace as page to the queen, and was thought by everyone to be a boy. Antonia, as she grew into womanhood, increased in cleverness and beauty. By her natural gift of pleasing, she gained the affections of all, and was soon the general favourite in the palace. And she even unconsciously attracted the admiration of the queen, who was foolish enough to fall in love with her handsome page. But the queen found that her favour and attentions were received with indifference, and sometimes with disdain. And, unwilling to brook the affront, she began to intrigue against her, with the purpose of getting the king to dismiss her. On one occasion, the queen went to the king and said, "My page has been conceited enough to say, I am able to gather in all the wheat from His Majesty's cornfields in one night." The king summoned Antonia before him and said, "Is it true, master page, that you can perform this wonderful feat of gathering all the wheat crop in my fields in one night?" "I never said anything of the kind, sire." but I am willing to try what I can do." That same night, Antonia repaired to the cornfields, and when she surveyed the work before her, her heart sank within her. But, presently recollecting her godfather's injunction, she lifted her hands to heaven, and cried, "Come, my good godfather, and help me." That very instant, the friar appeared to her, and said, "Do not be troubled, child. Retire to your bed, and sleep free of anxiety, for in the morning you will find the work done." And so it actually came to pass. The king was delighted to find that all his wheat had been gathered with so little trouble. But the queen, who was every day more and more in love with her page, felt annoyed, and said to Antonia, "If you do not respond to my passion for you, I shall set the king against you." The only reply that Antonia made was, "Your Majesty may act as it best pleases you, but I could not respond to your Majesty's love without being disloyal to my king." The queen, in a rage, went and sought the king, saying, "I have let a ring fall into the sea, and Antonio says that he is sure he can dive to the bottom of the sea and find my ring. If he is so clever, tell him, O king, to go and do it." Antonia was again called up before the king, who said, "The queen tells me that you boast of being able to find her ring which has fallen into the sea. What say you to this?" "I have not said that I could, but I am willing to try, sire." Antonia called upon her godfather to assist her, and he appeared to her as before, and said, "Go to the beach and throw out a line. The first fish you catch, cut it open, and inside you will find the ring." Antonia did as she was instructed, and having found the ring, gave it back to the queen. The queen, exasperated to find that all her plans to ruin her page were thwarted by some unaccountable adroitness in him, tried once more to bring Antonia into disgrace with the king. "Do you know, O king, that my page has the impudence to boast that he can rescue our daughter, who is a captive of the Moors? Did you ever hear of such arrogance? Call him and tell him that if he is unable to accomplish the feat, you will bring him to grief." The king then spoke to Antonia. "Have you the power to rescue my daughter from the hands of the Moors?" "I have," replied Antonia firmly. "Then go, but recollect that your life is at stake if you do not succeed." Antonia set out on her perilous adventure, but first she implored her godfather's assistance. He came, and he said, "Yes, go on your errand. When you reach the castle where the princess is detained, you will find the guards asleep. Walk in without fear, and lead her out, for no harm will befall you. Take this switch, and strike the princess with it thrice. Strike her the first time when you are out of Morocco, the second time when you are halfway home, and the third when you enter the palace on your return." Antonia followed her godfather's instructions, and succeeded in delivering the princess from the hands of the Moors, and brought her back safe to her parents. Now the princess was deaf and dumb, and among the many accusations the queen had brought against Antonia, One was that she said she could cure the princess. And the king, seeing that Antonia had hitherto accomplished whatever was proposed to her, however difficult of execution, said to her, "Antonio, if you can loosen the tongue of the princess, and cure her of her deafness, you shall marry her." Antonia, raising her hands to heaven, cried, "O Godfather, help me!" The Godfather instantly came, and said, "Ask the princess why you struck her thrice with the switch, and she will answer you." Antonia then came before the king and queen, and in their presence asked the princess, "O princess, why did I strike you with the switch on leaving the land of the Moors?" "Because my mother had tried 3 times to injure you." "And why did I strike you on our way home?" "Because Saint Anthony is your godfather." "And why, O princess, did I strike you the 3rd time as we entered the palace?" "Because you wish it to be known that you are a woman, and not a man as you seem to be." The king was struck with wonder and delight, embraced his daughter, who had been cured in such a marvellous manner, and stretched out his hand to Antonia, saying, "I thank you, Antonio, for your loyalty to me, and I now fully comprehend how cruel the queen has been to you, at the same time that she was faithless to me. I discard her from this moment, and I will make you my queen instead." Antonia lived very happily with the king, who never for a single day regretted the change. All the jewels and rich robes that the queen had worn were taken from her and given to Antonia, and she governed jointly with the king, dealing justly with her subjects, and ever ready to better their conditions in every possible way. She was virtuous and kind to the end of her days, for St. Anthony was her constant protector and intercessor. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathaniel Hahn. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Enriqueta Montero. The Prediction. Once upon a time, a certain king had a son born to him, and, following the prevailing custom in those distant ages, the instant his son was born, he invited all the astrologers of the land to read his destiny. These wise men, after ruling the planets, discovered that the boy would be a misfortune to his father and cause his death, and that this would be effected by the stab of a dagger. The prediction made the king very sad, and so haunted his mind that to avert, if possible, the impending doom, he ordered a wooden chest to be made, lined inside with satin, and covered outside with velvet. Unknown to anyone, he secretly laid the child in it, and then rode away with the chest till he reached a river that ran through a distant part of the country, and there he threw it in. Many years elapsed, during which no one knew what had become of the child, while the queen, who felt very unhappy, was continually shedding tears for her son, and sought him everywhere with loud cries. When the king cast the chest which contained his son into the running waters of the great river, it was carried down by the current till it touched the wheel of a mill, and there it stopped. The miller and his wife, who lived in a cottage close to the mill, heard the crying of a child, and as they searched about to ascertain where the cries came from, to their great surprise they discovered the chest in the stream. They drew it out, and on opening it they were delighted to find in it the loveliest little boy they had ever seen. The worthy couple had been married many years, but had never had any children, which was a subject of great sorrow to them. And they said one to another, "Since God has not favored us with a son, let us adopt this little foundling and bring him up the best we can as our own." The miller's wife nursed him with the greatest care and kindness, and when he was old enough to learn a trade, they asked him what he would like to be, and on his replying that he would like to be a tailor, they put him to learn the business. Before long, he became the best master tailor in the neighborhood, and his reputation for good and clever work even reached the palace. The queen, unknown to the king, sent for him, and, to try his skill, ordered him to make a dress for one of her attendants. This maiden was a Moorish slave called Isabel, whom the king had taken captive in a war with the Moors. The tailor merely looked at the slave's figure and said to the queen, "I shall bring the dress finished tomorrow," and then took his leave. The queen was surprised to see him hurrying away without taking her measure, but she was much more astonished when the dress came next day, not only well stitched, but exactly fitting the slave's figure. The queen then ordered him to make a robe for herself of rich damask, saying, at the same time, "I shall pay you for all tomorrow." Punctually next day, the tailor brought the robe, and when the queen asked him to present his bill for payment, he replied, "Your Majesty owes me nothing." The queen, seeing that the tailor would take no money, opened a valuable casket made of chased gold and covered with precious stones. This casket contained all kinds of beautiful articles made of gold and silver and other costly materials. The queen then said to him, "Take from here whatever pleases you most." The tailor made choice of a dagger, the handle of which was of ivory, most cleverly carved and set with diamonds. As he was on the point of leaving the chamber, well satisfied and in peace and quietness, the king entered, and, finding a stranger in his room, was stung with jealousy, and unsheathed his sword to kill him, whilst the tailor defended himself with his newly acquired dagger. The king approached him a second time with his drawn sword, and the tailor, giving him a stab, the king fell wounded to the ground. Then the queen and attendant began to scream and call for help. The pages and others in the palace, attracted by the cries, hastened into the chamber, and seeing the king lying on the floor covered with blood, they seized the tailor and held him until the king ordered him to be flogged. The poor tailor was stripped to the waist, and he had already received many stripes when the queen suddenly cried out in great agitation, "Stop! Stop! This man has the very same mark on his back that my son had." The king, much surprised, sent messengers at once to make inquiries in the village where the man lived and find out who was his father and everything about him. For 2 days, nothing could be discovered, but on the third day, the messengers arrived at the palace accompanied by the miller, who, being set before the king, related the whole story how he and his wife had found the man that was now a prisoner when a child, in a chest which had drifted down the river against the wheel of their mill. "And to prove to your Majesty the truth of what I say, here is the chest." So saying, the miller produced the chest which he had concealed until then. The king was so startled on seeing it that after crying aloud, "This man is indeed my son!" he immediately fell to the ground and died. The prince now assumed the reins of government, but the grief he felt at having been the cause of his father's death was such that from much weeping his eyes became totally blind. Every remedy was tried, and physicians from every part of the world were consulted as to the best means of restoring the king's sight, but it was all of no avail. He remained as blind as before. As a last resource, they consulted a witch, who said that the king's sight could only be restored by someone procuring the spittle of the blue bird that had its habitation on the highest tree in the world, which grew in a far-off country. But the person seeking it must be a spinster and the daughter of a king. Many maidens proceeded in search of the blue bird, traveling for miles and leagues. They succeeded in finding the great tree and saw the bird perched on it, but the moment they approached it, the bird eluded their grasp and flew away to a distance. At last, Isabel, the captive Moorish maiden, thought she would try and find it. On reaching the tall tree, she looked up its branches, and there saw the bird with its wings fluttering as if to invite her. She climbed up the tree, and the bird allowed her to take the spittle, which was contained in a little bucket that hung from its neck. Isabel brought the spittle to the palace and anointed the king's eyes with it, and immediately he recovered his sight. The king then married Isabel, and the festivities on the occasion lasted many days. They lived happily, and thus ends my story. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Montero. The Three Students and the Soldier. 3 students were going home for their holidays, and as it happened, they all took the same road. As they went along, merrily chatting and singing, they found a dead wolf by the roadside, and this set one of them thinking what a capital subject they had before them for the composition of some good poetry. And as he prided himself on his poetical talents, he turned to his companions and said, "He who shall compose the best couplet on this dead wolf, I propose shall have his dinner free of charge." "Agreed," cried his friends, and one of them immediately began thus: "While he lived, this voracious old sinner never paid a real for his dinner." The next student then followed: "He never stops to cook his mutton, but ate it raw, the greedy glutton." The third replied, "The longest nap he's ever taken is this from which he'll never waken." When the students had finished reciting their compositions, they could not agree as to which of them had succeeded best and was entitled to his dinner. Just at that moment a soldier overtook them, so they asked him to stop a while and settle their dispute. "Come here, comrade, tell us what you think of the couplets we have made, and you shall have your dinner for nothing." Here they all 3 read their compositions, and when the soldier had heard them out, he said, "All 3 couplets are excellent. So now for my trouble, you gentlemen may order dinner for 4. "Oh yes, to be sure, of course," replied the 3 students at once, but being annoyed to find that they had been sold by a soldier, they agreed among themselves to trick him for his impudence. Coming to an inn, they entered and ordered dinner for 4, but privately they told the hostess to cook a large piece of sausage and send it to the table cut into 3 equal parts. When they sat down, one of the students thrust his fork into one of the pieces of sausage and said, "In the name of the Holy One, I'll have this piece or none." The next student did the same, saying, "In the name of the Holy Two, this piece for me will do." When the soldier saw that only one portion was left in the dish, he quickly seized hold of it and cried, "In the name of the Holy Three, this piece will just suit me, and the 4th may fatten thee." And thus he was able to secure the last piece, which would have escaped him had he not had his wits about him. End of section 3, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 4 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Montero. The Poor and the Rich Godfather. 2 godfathers once lived in the same hamlet. One was a poor man and the other was rich, but miserly. It was the custom among the people of that country, whenever they killed a pig, to make a present of the loin to the abbot. Now the rich godfather wanted to kill his pig, but he could not bring himself to part with any portion of it, and not knowing how to avoid doing so, he betook himself to his neighbor's house and began grumbling at the absurdity of the custom. His neighbor, though poor, was not wanting in artfulness, and moreover despised the rich man for his stinginess. He said he would give him a piece of advice by which he could get out of his dilemma, and that was to hang up the loin in the garden overnight, and at early dawn to bring it in and say that someone had stolen it. The miser was charmed with the suggestion and followed it out to the very letter. When he had finished hanging up the loin, he went to bed, intending to rise very early next morning and bring in the piece of pork. The other man, however, took good care he should not find it there next morning, for during the night he got it safely into his own house. The rich godfather rose early next morning, dressed hurriedly, and proceeded to the garden to fetch the loin, and finding that it was gone, he ran in great distress of mind to his neighbor's house to tell him of his loss. He seized his neighbor's arm and gesticulated frantically as he told him what had occurred. The needy godfather, purposely misunderstanding him, said, "Well done. That's the way to do it, gossip. Bravo. Very well indeed. You acted capitally. Anyone would believe you. If you do like that before the abbot, you will get off easily. He will think you have really lost the loin, and will excuse you, gossip." The more the rich man protested that he was speaking seriously, that it was no joke, but the loin of pork had in truth been stolen from his garden, the more did the poor man laugh and applaud him for his good acting, until, despairing of making his friend understand that he was in earnest, he left him and went home. The godfather who had purloined the piece of pork was left chuckling at the success of his sharp stroke of business. Going up to his wife, he said, "I tell you what, wife, we must now see if we can't manage to get some wine from the same quarter. You go to our friend crying, as if running away from me, pretending that I want to beat you. Take a wine bag under your dress, and when you hear my voice, run as if you were afraid of me, and hide in our gossip's wine cellar. And while I am talking to him, fill the bag with wine, slip out by the other door, and go home." The wife, pretending to be in great trouble, ran to the rich godfather's house, and implored him to defend her from her husband, who wanted to kill her. Then, hearing the sound of her husband's voice, she ran down into the cellar, and while the godfather was doing his best to calm her husband's wrath, she was busy filling the leathern bag with wine. But she had forgotten to bring a string to tie the bag with, so she began singing out, "Oh dear, there is no string to the neck of the bag." The husband, who understood what she wanted, replied, "Ah, you wicked woman, when I get down to you, I'll choke you with the ribbon that binds your hair." The moment she heard these words, she unfastened her hair, tied the mouth of the bag with the ribbon, and quickly went home with it. In this manner they got both pork and wine without having to pay for it, while they had the great satisfaction of outwitting the miserly godfather. End of section 4, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Section number 5 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam H. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Montero. The Daughters of the Two Counsellors. A certain king had 2 favorites who were allowed to be in constant attendance upon him, and as the king was very affable, they had many an opportunity of a chat with him. On these occasions, the king noticed that one of his favorites was continually singing the praises of his two daughters, while the other, whose one daughter the king knew was renowned for her beauty, never so much as mentioned her name. Struck with the difference of behavior in the two noblemen, his majesty determined to go and see these maidens for himself and observe their conduct and manner of life. For this purpose the king disguised himself as a poor beggar woman and went to the house of the favorite that had two daughters. Pretending to be a beggar, he asked to be allowed a corner in their house where he could spend the night. This he obtained with great difficulty, after much entreaty, and he was at last shown into the kitchen as being a place quite good enough for such as she. During the dead of the night the king heard a noise as of some persons coming into the house, so he peeped out and observed two of his officers engaged in tender conversation with the two maidens who had come downstairs on tiptoe to open the door for them. The king saw the officers take off their swords and belts and lay them in a corner of an adjoining chamber. So when they had left the room, the king went in unperceived, took possession of the swords and belts, and glided out of the house with them. The king went next to the house of the maiden whose father never spoke of her. When he knocked at the door and begged for alms and shelter for the evening, the beautiful maiden came herself and served the poor stranger to a good supper with her own hands, and bade her come and sleep in a room next to hers, which was warm and comfortable. The king kept very quiet in his room to hear what passed. Though the night was far advanced, he heard the maiden still moving in her room, so he went and looked through a chink of the door, and was quite charmed to see her kneeling in prayer at her little oratory. She rose from prayer, and taking up a tiny silver casket that was on the table, containing some scented powder, she smelt the perfume and then got into bed. When the king saw that she was fast asleep, he entered and stole away the tiny casket and quickly left the apartment. 2 days after this occurrence, the king sent invitations to the two favorites and their daughters to a great banquet. Towards the end of the feast, he ordered the waiters to bring him a tray that lay in the adjoining hall and to place it before him on the table. On this tray were the two swords and belts and the silver casket. When the two sisters and their lovers saw the swords and belts, which they had missed on the night I have mentioned, they were terribly frightened, and did not dare to say a word. But the beautiful and virtuous maiden, who had nothing to fear, when she saw who the thief was that had carried away her casket, exclaimed, addressing the king with a smile, "There's a poor beggar woman that sits on a throne, ran away with a casket that was not her own." And the king, replying in the same strain, said, "Lovely maid, if the casket be thine, casket and maiden shall both be mine." As the king thought the other two damsels had already had a sufficient lesson, he ordered the two officers to marry them. End of section number 5.
Section 6 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Henriqueta Monteiro. The Enchanted Moorish Princess. Once a young man set out to travel through the world. Coming to a certain town, he looked about for a night's lodging, but in vain. He was told that the whole city was full, but that in the immediate neighbourhood there stood an old castle, which was empty, where he might find quarters, provided he had no objection to sleeping in a haunted house. The family to whom it belonged had lived there many years, but had suddenly left it, on account of the awful noises heard and the apparition which wandered through the chambers every night. The castle and its grounds had, therefore, been left to wreck and ruin. As the traveller could find no other shelter, he resolved to avail himself of the haunted mansion, since he had no fear of ghosts or apparitions. Nevertheless, when he reached the place and saw the dismal and decayed aspect of the building, a weird feeling came over him, and he did not venture inside its walls, but thought he would sleep in the veranda, where he arranged a bed for himself with the wraps he had brought. Night had hardly set in when he perceived a hand stretched out to him, holding a lighted candle. This hand made signs to him to enter the deserted mansion. He took courage, went in, and found himself in a magnificently furnished room, in the middle of which stood a table with an elegant supper spread for him, comprising delicious viands, sweets, and wines of every description. As he was hungry, he ate to his heart's content, after which, feeling drowsy and tired from the day's fatigue, he leaned his head upon his hand and dozed off to sleep. While he slept, a gold ring he wore was taken from his finger and replaced by another. When he awoke, the hand again beckoned him to a chamber where there was a magnificent bed prepared for him. He threw himself on the bed, and then, for the first time, he noticed a new ring on his finger. About midnight he was awakened by someone moving in the chamber, and he made bold to ask who it was that flitted about him, whether it was a man or a woman. A weak voice replied, "I am a hapless Moorish maiden, who has been spellbound within these walls for many a long year. Good man," said she, "if you have any pity for a forlorn creature, and are willing to break the spell I am under, I promise to make you rich and prosperous. But the conditions are hard. In order to succeed, you will have to remain here 3 days and 3 nights, subjected to being turned out of bed by the hands of invisible beings, who will cry, 'Police, police! What has brought you here?' Besides, they will drag you about and beat you unmercifully, bruising your body and causing many wounds. But at the end of each day you will be cured of your wounds by drinking 1 drop out of 3 bottles, which you will find under the bed. If you decide to remain here the 3 nights and days, I will leave you 3 bags of gold, of which you can spend as much as you please, for you have only to say, 'Ah, poor me, I have no money,' and immediately the bags will be filled again. Before I leave you, I must tell you that my father is viceroy in the land of the Moors." Saying this, she departed, for, though he had not seen the person who had spoken, he could tell that he was left alone. The traveller now felt as if under some spell, and as though he had no power to refuse the request of his midnight visitor. He decided to stay the 3 days, and endure whatever might befall him. Everything happened as the Moorish maiden had said it would, and every night he drank the drops prescribed out of the bottles she had left him, and after doing so he felt his wounds and bruises perfectly healed. At the end of the 3 days, finding that no more meals were provided for him, he sallied out of the haunted castle and took the first road he came to, carrying with him the bags of gold. As he went along, if he saw any house or lands to let, he bought them and gave them to the poor. He arrived at last in the land of the Moors, where he bought an estate and settled down on it. He had not been long established there when the approaching marriage of the viceroy's daughter was announced. The princess suggested to her father that it would be as well to invite the foreign nobleman who had settled among them, and he was accordingly invited as a guest to the breakfast which was to be given before the wedding ceremony. At the banquet, the guests petitioned the princess to do them the honour of carving for them, and as she graciously did so, our traveller noticed that she had his ring on her finger, the one he had missed when he first entered the enchanted castle. Wishing to attract her attention to her own ring, which he wore, he tried every time he stretched out his hand for a plate to let her see the finger that had it on. The princess noticed the ring, and her heart bounded with joy to find the man she had so longed to meet, the man who had disenchanted her. She suddenly paused and said, addressing her father, "My dear father, before we proceed any further, and the marriage ceremony takes place, I have a question to put to you, if our guests will allow me. I lost the key of my jewel chest, and I had another made instead, but as soon as I was in possession of the new one, I recovered the old one. Now I wish you and our honoured guests to tell me which you think I ought to keep and use, the new or the old key? Her father replied, My child, in my opinion you should use the old key in preference, as you are more accustomed to it, and can open your chest more easily, even in the dark. Then, said the princess, with a beaming countenance, I must marry this foreign gentleman, who so generously and magnanimously disenchanted me, a feat which subjected him to much trouble and ill treatment. She married the traveller, and the poor prince, for whose wedding so much preparation had been made, was forced to retire, very disconsolate at the sudden turn of affairs. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Henriqueta Monteiro. The Echo. Once upon a time there lived a man whose wife was so fond of drink that, do what he would, he could never keep his wine cellar full. One day, as he was leaving home to buy some oxen, he earnestly entreated his wife not to go into the cellar and drink the remaining bottles of wine, because they were of a fine vintage, and he was keeping them for an especial occasion. But the moment he had left the house, she went and invited a neighbor to join her in drinking up her husband's choicest wine. As may be supposed, when the man returned home and found that all his wine was gone, he was very angry with his wife. He took up a thick stick to beat her with. But as he was preparing to carry out his purpose, the wife cleverly turned him away from it, saying, My dear husband, why should you wish to beat me when I am quite innocent of the crime of consuming your wine? It was not I that did it, but our old cat, who has lately shown a great liking for intoxicating drinks. As the man would not believe that story, she repeated her assertion, saying, Now, to prove to you that what I say is the truth, I invite you to go with me to the shrine of Our Lady of Grace, and there, before her miraculous statue, ask her who it was that drank your wine, I or the cat. If Our Lady says that I am the guilty party, I promise solemnly that as a punishment for my fault, I will bring you home on my back. But if Our Lady says, what is really the fact, that our naughty cat was the thief, why then you must carry me home instead. The good honest man agreed to his wife's proposal, and they both started for the chapel of the Virgin, which was some distance off. But when they came to a certain spot which was surrounded by hills and famous for its wonderful echoes, the cunning woman stopped short and said to her husband, It is needless to go any farther, for Our Lady of Grace can hear us here as well as at her shrine. Ask her yourself to enlighten you, and I am sure she will readily grant you the favor you seek. The man, who was honest and simple-minded, did not suspect his wife of deceit, whatever other faults she might have, and he, therefore, raising his voice, cried aloud to Our Lady, "O sweet Lady of Grace! Tell me who it was that drank my best wine. Was it my wife or the cat?" He paused for the answer, and the mountains, taking up the last words of the sentence, echoed back the words, "The cat." The man repeated the question 3 times, and thrice did the echo answer back, "The cat." The man, perfectly convinced that his wife was innocent, tenderly took her up and carried her home on his back, much to the amusement and relief of the woman. When the man returned home, he killed their old cat, so that his wine might be safe from her thievish tastes. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Tales of Old Lusitania. This is LibriVox recording. All the LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Preet, Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Henrietta Monteiro. Section A. The Padre and the Negro. Once upon a time, a certain Padre had Negro servant who thought himself very sly and clever at expedients. One morning, the Padre told the Negro to cook a chicken for his dinner. The Negro did so, but when he dished it, the savory smell from the roast chicken so whetted his appetite that he cut off a leg and ate it, and then arranged it on a dish so that his master should not detect what was wanting. The Padre, however, soon discovered that there was a leg wanting to the bird, and turned to his servant. He asked him, "Did you cut a leg off the chicken and ate it?" "No, sir, I did no such thing. The chicken had only one leg when it was alive." "Do you think I am such a fool as to believe that?" "Oh, dear father, there is a number of other hens in the poultry yard, strutting about with one leg, and the next time I notice one, I'll call you out to see it." "Very well, do so." When the Negro by chance saw a hen standing with one of its legs drawn up under it, he called out to his master, "Oh, dear master, come out and see a hen with only one leg." The Padre ran out and cried out to the bird, "Cuckoo coochie," the hen instantly putting its leg down. The Padre said to Negro, "You rascal cheat! Do you think I am donkey?" "No, indeed, father, by no means. But when the chicken was on your table, you didn't say cuckoo coochie, so it did not find its other leg." End of section 8.
Section 9 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Montero. The Count of Paris. A king who lived in the good old days of romance had a daughter, and when she came of age he arranged a marriage for her with the great Count of Paris. But in order that the young people might know each other before they were formally engaged, he invited the Count to his court. The young man accordingly came, escorted by a noble train of attendants, bringing presents to the king and the princess which were worthy of their magnificence. In compliment to the royal guests, the king gave a grand sumptuous feast of more than usual richness and variety, to which were invited all his nobles and the count's retinue. During the repast, the princess looked very happy, and the count was evidently charmed and captivated with her loveliness, her sweet face, and beautiful simplicity, while the king was joyful and merry, and so were the general company, who kept up an animated conversation, the general topic being the approaching marriage, and the festivities that would follow on the great occasion to which all were looking forward with much pleasure. At dessert the count partook, among other fruits and sweets, of a pomegranate, and while he did so, a seed fell on his long flowing beard, which he removed with his fork, and then put it into his mouth. The young princess, who had been watching every movement of the count with shy but scrutinizing eyes, and saw what he had done, was much disgusted at the unseemly act, and, with evident displeasure in her angry eyes, she said she would not have for her husband a man who could behave so disgustingly at table. He should have wiped the pomegranate seed off his beard with the table napkin and left it there. The count was startled by her words and her change of manner towards him. He rose from table mortified and hurt, and said he was astonished to find that for so slight a fault she should discard him and put him to shame before all present. But he promised he would be revenged for the insult offered him. A day should come when she would be thankful to eat pilgrim's dry, hard bread, drink out of a ditch, and take her meals off straw. The Count then left the palace with his attendants and returned home. A few days after this untoward incident, a Negro came to the palace and offered himself to the king as gardener and obtained the situation. Whenever the princess walked in the garden and palace grounds, the Negro endeavored by all manner of devices to attract her notice and draw her into conversation. He made beautiful nosegays, which he presented to her with much courtly grace, and by all manner of attentions insinuated himself in her good graces. The princess was captivated by his charming manner, and before long fell in love with him, to which sentiment the Negro eagerly responded, and as she dared not tell the king the state of affairs, they agreed to elope and get away from the palace as secretly as possible. There is no record left of how they traveled, whether in a royal carriage or on horseback. The latter supposition is the most likely. However, after traveling day and night on a solitary road, the princess, fatigued and feeling the pangs of hunger, asked the Negro where they could get something to eat, to which he replied that as there were no houses near, or any means of getting food, she had better go and beg a spare crust of bread of the pilgrims, whom he pointed out to her trudging along the road. She did so, and having obtained a piece of dry, coarse bread from the good pilgrim, she ate it, and then cried in a troubled voice, "O Count of Paris, your prophetic words are indeed fulfilled." The Negro, hearing her words, said to her, "Why would you not love him then, and have him for your husband?" As they continued their journey, the princess complained of thirst, saying she would be glad to find a spring of water to drink from. The Negro replied that there was a ditch by the roadside from which she could drink if she was so parched, and there was no sign of any other water near. The princess drank from the muddy ditch and again cried, "O Count of Paris, your words have come true." And the Negro repeated his question, "Why would you not love him then?" As they journeyed along, the Negro said that as they must do something to gain their livelihood, he would go to the Count of Paris and ask him to take them into his service, and if he could do nothing better for them, to admit them into his stables for the night. On arriving at the palace, travel-worn and exhausted, they were told they might take shelter in the hayloft, and there rest and recruit their strength, of which the wretched princess stood so much in need that she was thankful to get even so mean a shelter. The Negro after a while left her alone, and did not return until late at night, when he brought her a mess of meal in a common cup, and said that he had had a difficulty to get what he brought from the palace people, who as a great favor allowed him to cook it, but that he had promised to return the cup immediately to the kitchen, and as he could not wait for her to finish her meal, she could pour it out on some of the clean straw. The princess asked how she was to take it into her mouth, as she had no spoon, but the Negro harshly replied, "Help yourself to it with your hands if you like." The wretched and truly humble lady, being half famished, for she had not tasted a morsel of food that day, meekly and without another word took the food that was set before her as best she could. "What a change," thought she, "this is from my usual life in my father's palace." And then she remembered the Count's threat, and how everything was turning out as he in his rage and mortification had said it would, and how different her position would now be if she had not behaved towards him as she had done for so slight a fault. She felt that all that was befalling her was through her own fault. There in the loft, left alone to herself all night, for the Negro did not return, she had ample time to reflect upon her foolish acts and to repent of them. What worlds she would give to be the Count's wife then! Next morning the Negro came to her and said that, as she must do something for her living, she could go and help to knead the bread. But he told her to be sure and steal some of the flour, as the food they would give her would not be half enough to satisfy her. The princess went as she was bid and helped to knead the bread, and very reluctantly stole some flour, which she hid in the ample folds of her dress. She feared the Negro and had no alternative but to do what he told her. She was in his power. As she was returning to her only shelter, the loft, she met the Count, who was very handsomely dressed, and he said to her that as some flour had been stolen by some of the women, she, like the rest, must be searched. The wretched lady trembled at this, and shortly after the housekeeper came to her, and on searching her person, found the flour, for which she was ignominiously turned out of the palace, much to her shame and humiliation. But she was allowed to return to the loft. When the Negro came back to her, she related to him all that had happened to her through his bad advice and command. To this the Negro replied that if she had not the sense to do things more cleverly, she must bear the consequences. The Negro next day told her that a dress was to be embroidered for the princess whom the Count was going to marry, and that as she knew so well how to embroider, she might, he thought, undertake the task and receive very good wages for it. The princess obtained the task and embroidered the dress most cleverly and beautifully. Next day, as she was crying bitterly, thinking in great distress of her altered position, the Negro came with a number of attendants and pages in their best livery, bringing embroidered towels and basins made of pure gold and silver, which the Negro said were for her use, as the Count's mother wished to see the dress she had embroidered for the bride tried first on her to see if it fitted, and how it looked on her, as she was about the same height and the same figure as the future Countess. 2 maids of honor came to help her to dress, and the Negro disappeared. When she had finished dressing, the Count himself appeared, dressed most magnificently and glittering with jewels. He then told her that he was the Negro, for he had disguised himself as such, and all he had done for her was for her good, on account of the great love he bore her. He told her that when he returned to his own palace after she had discarded him, he felt so miserable he knew he could not live without her, or be happy with anyone else. The princess, all in tears, knelt at his feet and kissed them, saying she was his slave then, but was ready and most happy to be his wife for the future. The Count raised her and embraced her. The marriage took place the same day. From the loft she was conducted in state to the church, where everything had been prepared beforehand for the ceremony. The princess, now Countess of Paris, had learnt wisdom by her trials. The Count was the kindest of husbands, and they lived happily ever after. End of section 9, read by Brize, Ohio.
Section 10 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Henrica Monteiro. Patranha, a popular story. There was once a man who tenanted a farm belonging to a nobleman. This man had 2 sons. One was an idiot, and the other was preparing for the priesthood. It happened that on a very dry season, when rain had been scarce, and consequently the land was parched and the crop a short one, the poor honest farmer finding that he would be unable to pay his noble landlord the usual measures of wheat in payment of his rent, went to speak to his landlord to state his difficulties, and to tell him that he would be unable to pay his rent at the time, and hoped he would give him time in which to do so. The nobleman, who seems to have had a kind heart, and was not hard upon his tenants, and moreover was fond of a joke, told the man that he would forgive him the whole debt if he could manage to invent a lie which would be the length of a paternoster. The simple man replied, "My lord, I have a son who is continually poring over books on falsehood and various aberrations of fancy. I shall go home and ask him if he has any book with a lie as long as a paternoster, and if he has one, you may be sure I shall return immediately with it, so as to satisfy your demand." The man returned home in great haste, and nearly out of breath asked his son to look among his books and try to find him a lie which would take him as long to say as a paternoster. To this his clever son replied that he had never found one so long in any of his books. The idiot, who was listening to the conversation of his father and brother, and saw that his father had remained very disconsolate, asked him why he seemed so sorrowful, and requested him to tell him the reason of his sadness. But to this the father's only answer was, "You are only a fool, and not likely to find a remedy for my present misfortune." "Who knows but I may be able to help you for all that? Pray, father, tell me what distresses you." "Well, if you must know," said the father, "it is this. My landlord has promised to remit my debt to him if I can tell him a lie the length of a paternoster, but your clever brother says that in all his books there is not a lie to be found as long." The idiot's son remained silent, but sought the first opportunity to go and see the landlord, and in confidence said to him, "My lord, I have come to tell you that my father is not half as poor as he makes himself out to be to you. He has an enclosed field of wheat which yields him 400 cartfuls of loaves of bread, and he has a large number of beehives arranged round the hedges of this field, and you may imagine the number of them when I tell you that he failed in the attempt to count them. But, however, he managed to count the number of bees, and he found that one of them was wanting, which, after much seeking, he found in a wood half eaten up by 2 wolves. There only remained the hindquarters of this unfortunate bee, so he rescued it from them with his clasp knife, but in the act of so doing he let fall his knife between the wolves. He therefore went home for a light, and set fire to the wood to frighten the wolves away and get his knife back again. The fire, however, melted the knife, and only the handle remained. He went to the cutler's and asked him to make him another knife, but instead of a knife the cutler made him a fish-hook. My father then went to fish, and as he drew out the line a great donkey came out of the water, which had been caught by the lip. This donkey was harnessed with panniers on each side, so that, delighted at his good luck, my father had nothing to do but mount him and ride back to the wood to seek for the hindquarters of the lost bee, which he found. He squeezed out the honey from the bee, or what remained of it, and it yielded him a barrel of honey. He loaded the donkey with it, but from the heavy weight, and the knocking about he got from the load, the poor donkey got most dreadful sores on his back, so that my father was obliged to take it to the veterinary surgeon. The surgeon ordered a poultice of bean flour to be applied, but my father, instead of using flour, made the poultice with whole beans. From this poultice a field full of beans grew upon the donkey's back. An enormous melon also grew upon the donkey, which, as my father attempted to cut it in two with his large hatchet, the hatchet fell inside the melon. My father went down into the melon to get his hatchet. Inside the melon he found a man who told him that he had lost 2 oxen attached to a harrow, which he had been seeking inside the melon for the last 8 days. He told my father to go away and not be so silly. My father then fastened a long, very long ladder upon the donkey, and ascended up to heaven by the help of it, where he found all the noblemen's seats ready for them. But for your excellency there was not one prepared, as far as I know." "Great scoundrel!" cried the lord, full of wrath at having had his time taken up with this tissue of lies. "Be off, you thief, with your big lie! Let me never catch you here again." "Ha, ha!" cried the idiot, clapping his hands. "My father does not owe you anything now, so I have won the day." End of section 10.
Section 11 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Henriqueta Montero. The Value of an Egg. There was once a young man who left his home to travel to some foreign country, the name of which I cannot at present recollect. On his way he entered an inn to take some refreshment, and asked the landlady what provisions she had in the house. She replied that there was nothing left but a few boiled eggs. "Well, then," replied the hungry traveller, "let me have a farthing's worth." He ate the eggs, and then gave the landlady a real to change. She said that she had no change, but that it was of no consequence, for he could pay her next time he passed that way. He set sail, and during his stay abroad he was in the constant habit of giving alms for the repose of the souls in purgatory, expecting that they in return would help him in the concerns of this world, and as he did so, if he happened to see over the money box in the church a picture of the poor souls, with the devil depicted underneath, he would say, "This is for the repose of the souls that are willing to help me. But as for you, O devil, I neither want your help nor your company, so pray do not stand in my way." After many years he was returning home, and he came to the same inn where he had left his meal unpaid for. Going in, he said to the landlady, "I wish to pay you my debt." "Pray, what debt is it? For I have no recollection." "The last time I was here I had a farthing's worth of eggs, which I did not pay for." "Oh, now I remember," replied the landlady. "And do you think to pay me for the eggs with 1 farthing? Wait a bit, and I will have the bill made out. 6 eggs were equal to so many fowls that laid eggs." And reckoning thus, she made out a notable bill, for it was a yard long, what with the charge for the chickens those eggs would have produced, and the eggs those chickens in time would have laid. Our traveller glanced over the bill, and found that the charges amounted to several thousand reals, and as he hadn't sufficient money with him to pay the bill, he was put in jail. The day on which he was to be tried, a man appeared at the bars of his prison window and said to him, "I suppose you have no one to plead for you. You must engage a counsel, for you will be taken before a magistrate this very day. However, you need not be uneasy on that account, for I shall be there to defend you." When, therefore, our traveller was summoned to appear in court on the charge of owing the landlady of the inn for the chickens which the eggs would have yielded, that mysterious individual was present to watch the case as he had promised to do. But he presented himself in such an untidy state, his face all smeared with dirt, and his hair covered with dust, that the magistrate was fain to remonstrate with him, and ask him why he had not washed his face before appearing in court. But the man, in a self-possessed manner, replied, "My lord, you must know that when I was summoned in haste to defend this cause, I was busily employed in the chestnut wood roasting some chestnuts, for the purpose of sowing them afterwards." The landlady, who was in court ready to give her evidence, and thought herself very clever and sharp, cried out, "Oh, the fool! Will chestnut trees grow out of roasted chestnuts?" The prisoner's mysterious counsel retorted, "Then this man does not owe you anything. Can chickens be hatched out of 6 boiled eggs? Discharge him at once, O magistrate." So the dishonest landlady was caught in her own trap, and the barrister that defended the man turned out to be the devil. End of section 11. Read by Garth Burton.
Section 12 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam H. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Montero. Section 12. The Oil Merchant's Donkey. Once upon a time, two students walking along the high road met an oil merchant leading a donkey loaded with jars full of oil. The students, being very poor and just then reduced to their last penny, were glad to fall in with such a lucky find. So they agreed together to steal the donkey with its burden and take them to a neighboring fair and sell them both. While the poor man trudged along contentedly, holding the reins of his beast, which trotted behind him, one of the students quietly and cleverly slipped the donkey's bridle off its head and put it over his own, while his companion seized the donkey and marched off with it, unperceived by the owner. The student who now occupied the place of the donkey, wishing to call the merchant's attention to himself, suddenly came to a standstill. Great was the astonishment and stupefaction of the merchant when, on turning round, he found he was leading a man instead of his donkey. "Dear master," said the witty student in an affectionate tone, "I can never thank you sufficiently for having so often beaten me with your cudgel, as by that means you have gradually dispelled the enchantment that has held me bound so many years under the shape of a donkey." When the bewildered merchant heard these words, he took his hat off to the student and said very humbly, "I have lost in you, sir, as a donkey, my only means of support. But as it cannot be helped, I must have patience, and Providence will no doubt help me some other way. Being what you are, no longer a donkey but a man, I beg 1,000 pardons and trust you will forgive me my treatment of you. But when you consider what a stubborn, slow, and stupid beast you were, what else could you expect? Sometimes you nearly drove me mad by your waywardness and tricks, and then, hardly knowing what I was doing, I have taken up my cudgel and beaten you. But then you must remember how often I rewarded you with a handful of hay or a piece of bread when you behaved well and worked hard. My good man, rest assured that I forgive you all the hard treatment I ever received from you," replied the student, "and the only favor I ask of you now is to let me go in peace, for you must allow it would be a great hardship for a man to be driven about like a donkey." The poor oil merchant, seeing no other remedy for his misfortune, consented to release the man, and before long they parted company, each going his own way. When the oil merchant found himself alone without his ass and his jars of oil, he lamented his sad lot and wished he had never come across an enchanted donkey. He made up his mind to go and see his godfather to tell him what had occurred, by which he was left without the means of earning his living, and to ask him at the same time to lend him some money to buy another donkey at the next fair. His godfather was sorry to hear of his sad plight, and readily lent him the money required. The oil merchant, much comforted, went to the fair next day. He had not been there long when he saw his own beast held by a student, who, though he was the man that had carried away the beast, was unknown to him. The merchant, believing that the man had again transformed himself into a donkey, went up to the student and asked to be allowed to tell the donkey a secret which was only intended for it to hear. The student, though much amused at the poor man's simplicity, replied with a grave face that he was at liberty to tell his donkey as many secrets as he chose, as he would not interfere in the least. Then the merchant went up to the donkey, put his mouth close to its ear, and cried with a loud voice these words, "I tell you what, donkey, those that do not know what you are welcome to buy you if they choose." End of section 12. Read by Adam H., Vancouver, November 27th, 2025.
Section 13 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maria Forslund. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Erqueta Monteiro. The Horse's Skin. This is the story of a wicked king who was a widower and had 3 daughters. Many years had elapsed since his queen died, and he began to feel lonely without a partner in life, and one who could occupy the vacant seat beside him on the throne. So he resolved to visit a certain court where a princess lived whom he admired, and to make an offer of marriage to her. The princess, who was selfish and only cared for her own comfort, asked the king before accepting his offer what he intended to do with his daughters, as she did not want them about her in the palace. "If my daughters," replied the king, "are a hindrance to our union, I can soon dispose of them, and send them where you will never see them or hear of them." On his return to the palace, he said to his daughters, "Get ready at once to go with me to the Tower of Moncorvo, where I will show you what you have never seen before in your life." The daughters, full of confidence in the father, and not suspecting any treachery, readily prepared to accompany him, and after travelling many leagues arrived at the celebrated tower. When the king had them safe in the castle, he said to his daughters, "Remain here, whilst I pay a short visit to a friend and worthy subject who lives in this neighbourhood. On my return, I will take you back to the palace." The wicked king, who only made up this excuse to blind his daughters to his real intentions, fastened the great gates of the tower as he went out, so that his daughters could not possibly escape. He supplied them with food every day until his marriage day, but after that he never concerned himself about them any more, but left them to their fate. Hours passed, and days came and went, and still no succour arrived, and they began to be in a dreadful state, without a morsel of food or water to refresh them. And so it happened that one day, when they had given up all hopes of being relieved, and were nearly dead from starvation, the eldest of the princesses said to her sisters, "Why should we all starve? The best thing you could do is to kill me and feed upon me as long as I afford you sustenance." She had hardly said these words when she dropped down dead from want. A few days after this sad event, the surviving princesses were again short of food, and nothing was left them but to die. Then the second sister, remembering what the first one had so generously done, followed her example and suggested that her younger sister should kill her for food, and when she had finished uttering the last words of her advice, she also dropped down and died. The poor young girl, now left alone in the large dreary castle, felt very disconsolate and rent the air with her lamentations. But after a while, being of a courageous mind, she thought to herself that weeping was no remedy for her woes, and that she must devise some means of escape from her prison before she became faint again with want. She now set about examining the various rooms of which the castle was composed, and when she reached the top of the watchtower, she looked out and saw a ship sailing on the ocean. Overjoyed at the sight, She at once began to make signals, waving her handkerchief in hopes of attracting the notice of someone in the vessel. The sailors were not slow to perceive the signal, and calling up their captain, drew his attention to it. The captain, who was a humane and chivalrous man, directed the ship towards the spot and effected an entrance by scaling the wall of the fortress. On reaching the watchtower, the captain and the sailors that accompanied him were shocked to see a maiden of such rank and beauty treated worse than a common criminal. They took her up tenderly and lowered her into the vessel, and sailing to a port of safety they landed her, together with a chest of which she had packed some of her own and her sister's dresses. As she stood on the seashore, she glanced around her and felt the wretchedness of her situation, without a home or friends to whom to apply for shelter. She had not been long immersed in these melancholy thoughts when she perceived an old woman coming towards her, whom she felt sure was a good, benevolent person. She approached her and addressed her thus: "My good woman, do you know of anyone that would give me shelter and a meal for today? I am willing to work for it." "If you want employment, come and draw water from the well and help me to carry it to the house I work for. There you will get a meal, and in the evening you can take up your quarters in my little cottage." "Tell me first," replied the princess, "what house it is you work for." "Oh, I draw water for our king's palace." The young maiden consented to help the old woman, but as she could not work in her fine clothes, she had a garment made for her of the skin of a horse, and thus disguised she did not think that anyone would take her for a princess. Every day she went to the well and helped the old woman to draw water and carry the pitchers to the palace, and from the odd garments she wore everyone in the palace called her Horse Skin. One day, as she entered the palace yard, carrying a pitcher of water poised on her head in a light and graceful manner, which showed off her elegant figure, a page, who had often noticed her beauty and secretly suspected that the girl was not born to do this drudgery, and that there was some mystery about her, accosted her very respectfully and said, "Do you know that our good king is going to give balls for 3 nights running, so that he may choose himself a wife from among the dancers? The prettiest girl is to carry off the prize, and the king, as a mark of his choice, is to give her a ring. And what a ring that will be! I wish you could manage to go." "What have I to do with balls? A poor girl like me. It is all very well for princesses and fine people. I shall turn in at my old woman's tonight, as usual." When the princess had done her work, she went home, and that evening, being the first night of the balls at the palace, she dressed herself in her eldest sister's clothes and went to the ball. When she entered the ballrooms, which were brilliantly lighted up, all eyes were turned upon her, and before the end of the dance she was pronounced by all present as most beautiful. The king was not long in discovering her charms, and caused great jealousy among the ladies by asking her again and again to dance with him, and loading her with delicate and polite attentions. But she slipped out of the palace early, before the king had time to notice her absence. The next day, Horskin was again toiling and carrying water to the palace as if nothing had happened. As she entered the palace yard, the page again accosted her and repeated what he had said the day before. "Have I not told you, man, that all this does not concern me? What is it to me whether the king gives a ball or not? I shall go home to my old lady and spend the evening resting after my hard work." The princess went to the second ball in her second sister's dress, which set off her beauty even more than the first had done. A number of partners were anxious to dance with her, but they had little chance, for the king mostly danced with her. He treated the princess with the profoundest respect as he gazed on her loveliness, and dared not ask her who she was. But she, with her usual discretion, left the ballroom at the moment when the king's attention was engaged by other guests. And next morning, as usual, Horskin was at her duties in the palace. the page once again came up to her and said in a beseeching tone, "Do, Horskin, go to the last ball, which is to take place in the palace tonight, for the king is to give the ring tonight to the fairest lady and the one he admires most. You should have seen what jealousy there was among the ladies that attended the ball last night. They say it's useless for them to go to the ball again, as the king would not so much as look at them or speak a word to them. All this interest was centered on a lovely and a mysterious maiden who attended the last 2 dances, and who, I assure you, has nearly turned the king's brain with love. You should see her smile, her coral lips, her star-like eyes. The very image of yours, I declare. And the fascinating manner in which she danced. There, I only wish I was a prince to marry her." The princess' only reply to all this was, "Leave me alone. What matters it to me whom the king admires? Tonight I shall be at my old woman's as usual." At the last ball the princess wore her own robes, the colour, stuff, and make of which harmonized with her beauty still more than did her sister's garments, and as she mingled among the invited in the state apartments that night, she outshone all the other ladies, princesses, marchionesses, duchesses, and squires' daughters, like a brilliant gem of the first water. The king, fairly captivated, danced with her alone, and towards the end of the evening gave her the ring, as a sign of his having chosen her to be his spouse and queen. And though he had set several of his courtiers to watch and see which way she took when she left the palace, the princess eluded their vigilance and departed without being noticed even by the sentinels at the palace gate. Next day the king was sorely puzzled and grieved when, on making inquiries, he found that no one in the palace could give him the slightest information about the lady to whom he had given the ring, in token of his admiration and choice. He ordered a search through all the country round to find out, if possible, who the maiden was. But all was of no avail, for the damsel could not be discovered high or low. At this the king, from grief and disappointment, sickened and lay in his stupor for days together, until the physicians began to fear he would not live much longer. One day Horskin met his Majesty's nurse and asked her how the king was. The nurse said the king was so ill that he was not expected to live through the day, all through the violent passion his Majesty has conceived for the damsel to whom he had given the ring, and of whom no traces could be found. And, said she, unless the cruel girl makes herself known to his Majesty soon, we shall lose our beloved king. The nurse was at the time carrying some broth to give the king, and Horskin took this opportunity to drop the ring into the basin, without the nurse perceiving her. Great was the king's surprise when he discovered the ring, and the nurse, being asked who had put that ring in his broth, replied that she did not know, and that the only person that had come near her when carrying the basin was poor Horskin. The king then sent for Horskin and bade her tell him who had given her the ring which she had dropped into the basin. "If your Majesty will allow me to leave your presence for a few minutes, I will tell you on my return who gave the ring to me." She had not been absent long when she returned to the king dressed in her own rich garments, and adorned as she had appeared at the last ball in the palace. She stood before the king and said, "Does your Majesty know me now?" "Of course I do. You are the same sweet damsel to whom I gave the ring." "Very well," said the princess. "I am she who dropped it in the broth, and I am your humble servant, Horskin." "Explain yourself. You're still a mystery to me." Thereupon the princess related the history of her life, which she did amid tears and sobs, as it brought back to her mind all she had suffered since her cruel father had deserted her and her sisters. The king, from being sad, was now delighted to have found his lost love, and soon recovered from his illness and was once more full of health. The king then led her to a magnificently furnished chamber where she was to remain until his marriage with her, as he would not let her return to the old woman's cottage. The happy pair were married amid great rejoicings, and the king and his beautiful bride were heartily welcomed by his subjects who had mourned his absence from state affairs. They reigned happily for many long years. End of section 13.
Section number 14 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Monteiro. The Snake with 7 Heads. Once a brother and sister lived together very happily and contentedly. They kept a farm of sheep, pigs, bees, and everything else that could make them comfortable, and their crops were always plentiful. The sister was industrious and a good manager, and looked after the comfort and well-being of her brother. But their neighbor, an old woman whose thoughts were ever bent on mischief, began to think how she might sow the seeds of discord between the brother and sister and destroy their happiness. One day, when the sister was alone and engaged in her household affairs, this old woman came in to see her, and after great professions of friendship, she said to her, "Poor girl, I do pity you, working so hard, and economizing as you do for that worthless brother of yours, while he is regaling himself at the inn with a fair companion, and then comes home, making you believe he has been hard at work all the time. I could tell you a great deal more about him, but I do not wish to make you unhappy." The sister, who had perfect faith in her brother's love and goodness, told the old woman that she did not believe a word of what she said. But the wicked old hag, finding she could make no mischief there, went away to see if she could not influence the brother against the happy girl. She was not long in finding an opportunity. As she was walking along a path in the pine forest which skirted their village, she suddenly came upon the brother, who was engaged in felling trees. She stopped short and looked on for some minutes, and then began to say, "Poor man, you lead a life of toil to maintain in comfort and ease a sister who only repays your kindness by a great pretense of industry and economy, which I can assure you is more talk than anything else. She makes you live on the plainest food, while she takes care to dine before you return home on some nice little dainty in company with a young beau. I could tell you much more about her, but I do not wish to make you unhappy." The man foolishly believed every word the old hag said against his sister. He went home, and without saying a word put on his best suit of clothes, threw a sack over his shoulder, into which he put some loaves of bread, took down his gun, and left the house. He also took with him 3 sheep and 4 reals, which was all the money he possessed in the world. While journeying along, he met a beggar who seemed famished and in great distress. Moved with pity, he gave the man his 3 sheep and all the bread, leaving himself nothing but the few small coins he had in his pocket. But as the beggar was no other than our Lord, who had assumed that disguise, he changed the 3 sheep into 3 large and powerful dogs, and told the brother to take them as his best friends and defenders, for their strength was a match for the most dangerous enemy or beast he might meet with. From that day he was always very successful in the chase, and he and his dogs were sure to be engaged to accompany any hunting excursion that took place in the neighborhood. One day, as he was traveling through some hills, he suddenly came to a pass where he saw a girl at the entrance of a cave, who cried to him as he approached her, "Fly! Fly for your life, good man, for a great snake with 7 heads will soon come to attack you and will kill you. What great monster can it be that I cannot defend myself against? It is a monster snake which no huntsman has ever succeeded in destroying. It devours a human being every day as they pass through these hills, according to whose turn it may be to serve as a morsel for the hungry beast. I am the daughter of a king, but the lot fell upon me today, and here I am, waiting in dread for my unhappy fate." "Fear nothing," said the man. "I have 3 dogs here that are always ready to attack any living thing they meet with, whether man or beast." That moment a great hissing was heard, which resounded for 3 leagues round, and soon after a snake of enormous size, with 7 huge heads, was seen advancing towards them. It came creeping slowly and steadily, a dreadful monster with 2 brilliant eyes flashing from side to side. The girl all the time stood motionless with dismay, but the dogs, at the man's command, bounded forward, and quicker than I can tell it to you, threw themselves upon the dangerous monster and killed it, and the redoubtable snake lay a huge and helpless mass. The girl, surprised to find herself saved so soon and in so marvelous a way, said to the man, "Come with me to the palace, for my father, the king, is prepared to pay you a great price for your noble deed. He has even promised to give me in marriage to any man that shall kill the monster." "I thank you very much, but I do not wish to marry." "Nevertheless, come and receive the reward you merit." "I need no reward, and will take none," said the man. "Well, if you will not take the recompense that is your due, at least accept this ring, and wear it in remembrance of the event." She pulled a ring off her finger and gave it to the man, who accepted it. The girl took her departure, and the man set to work to cut the tongues out of the 7 heads of the snake. He tied the tongues up in his handkerchief and put them in his pocket. The rumor soon spread that the monster had been slain, and as the king had promised to give his daughter in marriage to whoever should kill it, a Negro who heard of the heroic deed went to the mountain where the beast lay, cut the 7 heads off, and took them to the king, saying that he was a successful slayer of the beast, and claiming the hand of his daughter as the promised reward. The king was sorry now that he had made such a rash promise, and said to the princess, "My daughter, there is no help for it, but you must marry this Negro who has killed the monster and saved your life." "Oh, father, the man that destroyed the snake was a very handsome white man, who had with him 3 magnificent dogs. Besides, he refused to receive any reward, or even to take me for his wife, but as a remembrance I gave him a ring." But the king persisted in saying that the princess must marry the Negro, for he had brought the heads of the snake as a proof that he had killed the beast. Preparations for the marriage were accordingly begun and proceeded without interruption, though the king was sorely troubled, and the princess was in tears, and the man that had really destroyed the snake wandered through the hills with other huntsmen, ignorant of what was passing in the court. At last some huntsmen joined a party, who began talking of the news how the king's daughter was about to marry the Negro. "What a pity," said they, "that such a lovely girl should have to marry that fellow." "Why, what marriage is this?" asked the man with the dogs. "Do you not know that the Negro that killed the snake with the 7 heads has claimed the princess's hand as his reward according to the king's promise? The poor girl maintains that the Negro is a cheat, and is not the man that killed the snake, and she is praying all day to St. Anthony that the right man may be found." On hearing this, the man who had the 3 dogs made no reply, but went the next morning to the palace. He asked to see the king, but his majesty, with his thoughts full of his daughter's unfortunate marriage, refused to see anybody. The man, however, repeated his request, begging that if the king still refused to see him, he would at least permit him to speak to the princess, if only from one of the palace windows, for his business was about the terrible snake that was killed. These words aroused the king's attention, and he consented to see the man, while the princess, greatly agitated and anxious, insisted on being present at the interview. The man entered the audience chamber, and the moment the princess looked upon him, she cried out in great joy, "Oh, father, here is the man who killed the snake." The king, turning round to the man, said, "What account can you give me of the affair? How is it that the 7 heads of the snake have been brought to me by another man?" The man replied that the snake which had 7 heads must have had 7 tongues. Then, taking them out of his pocket, he said, "And here they are." The king took up the parcel, and untying the handkerchiefs, saw the tongues inside. He next examined the heads of the snake, and found that the man's statement was true, for the heads were without tongues. The king, full of wrath at the deception, ordered the Negro to be put to death. He then said to the man that had killed the snake with 7 heads, "Here is my daughter, marry her and be happy." "O most gracious king, I thank you for your Majesty's great kindness and the honor you do me, but I have no desire to marry. Ask, then, whatever you wish as a recompense for your noble deed. I require nothing whatever, for I have all I want with my 3 dogs. With them I do what I please, go where I choose, am welcome everywhere, and can undertake any enterprise certain of success." The king then awarded him a medal and appointed him to the highest honors of his court. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Montero. Section 15. The Greedy Little Fox. On a fine autumn day, a fox, who was out on a plundering expedition, met some hounds, and just as she was on the point of avoiding them by running away, they cried out to her, "Oh, good neighbor, come along with us and do not fear to join our party, because you may perhaps not be aware that a new decree has been put forth forbidding all animals to harm each other by ill treatment, scratching, laming, biting, or wounding in any way whatsoever, so that there is to be peace and goodwill among us for the future." "I am glad to hear it," replied the cunning fox, "but before I join you I wish to let my godfather know of this new decree, that he may also come with us." The godfather of this fox was, by the by, a fine, plump cock. A hunter who happened to pass at the time stopped to speak to the fox, and asked her if she would like to have a couple of fowls. "Fowls," said she, "they would certainly not come amiss just now, when I am rather pressed by hunger." "Well then, come to my house this afternoon, and you can choose a couple for yourself out of my poultry yard." The fox, not suspecting any treachery from the man, went to his house according to his invitation to pick out for herself a couple of fowls, and perhaps a few more, by aid of her arts and cunning. The hunter, however, who had a number of foxhounds safe in their kennels in a yard, on seeing her coming, let the hounds loose upon her, but she, seeing them, took to flight, and as she was running away from her pursuers, an impudent cock flew on the wall of the yard, and with a crow cried out to her thus, "Show the dogs the new decree! Show the dogs the new decree!" The fox, having made her escape from the hounds, next went into a maize field, which belonged to the hunter, there to hide and rest after her run, and once there she began to meditate revenge against the hunter for the wrong he had done her. Seeing that the maize was well grown and ripe, and that a wall protected and enclosed the field, she saw at once with her usual perspicacity an opportunity for venting her revenge, and, with great deliberation, she set about the work of destruction. She leapt on the wall, and standing upon it, began to detach stone after stone, jumping down each time to the ground, and this operation she repeated until she had made a breach wide enough for cattle to pass through into the field. She had hardly finished her work when she saw a donkey pass by. "Neighbor, would you like to come inside and have a good feed of ripe maize?" said the fox.
"I should like it very much indeed,"
replied the donkey.
"Well, then, come inside and make a good meal, as I wish to revenge myself for the hunter's treachery by destroying his fine crop of maize."
The donkey ate and gorged until there was very little maize left in the field. After the fox had satisfied her revengeful feelings, and had left the maize field a wreck, she met a wolf, whom she addressed thus,
"Oh, my good neighbor, am I glad to see you. What say you to seeking a little one for us to adopt?"
The wolf, being nothing loath, they started off together, and after a while they perceived in the distance some labourers in a field, who were tying up bundles of rye. The fox, turning to her companion, said,
I'll tell you what we'll do. Just you go up to those men, and while they attempt to run after you to strike you with their flails, I, in the meantime, will rob them and carry away their pot of cooked rice, which they are keeping warm for dinner on their wood fire, and we can afterward both enjoy it together in safety somewhere else." The wolf, completely duped, innocently agreed to the proposition, and on approaching the men they instantly chased him, armed with flails and sticks, while the fox, making the best of the occasion, put her head inside the pot and devoured as much as she possibly could of the savory mess of rice, and before she left the spot she broke the pot into pieces and dispersed the remainder of the rice in all directions. She then went to meet the wolf, and as she approached him, said in a tone of much concern, "Well, neighbor, how did you fare with the men?"
"You may well ask me how I fared with the men. Don't you see me out of breath? I had to run to save my life, for they ran after me, ready to strike me down with their sticks and flails, and now I feel nearly dead with exhaustion. Pray, do not give me such another job again."
"I dare say you are very tired after your run and fright, but what is that to what I have had to endure? Only look at me and see how the men, knocking my poor head about, have succeeded in extracting my brains." What the fox called her brains were the grains of rice that stuck to her head after her dip into the savory mess. The wolf asked her to let him lick her brains, which he knew to be delicious eating. After this little game of hers, the fox said to the wolf, "Let's lie down for a while and have a rest, of which I have great need, for I am very tired, and my bones are aching all over." But when the wily fox saw her companion fast asleep, she noiselessly left him, and went to look out for some little creature whom she could adopt, which, in her language, meant to eat up. And, having succeeded in her search and found a kid, she enjoyed another meal all to herself, and all this while she kept the poor sleeping wolf fasting. She then returned and lay down beside him, and was soon fast asleep herself, looking as innocent as a new-born babe. After they had had their rest, they rose up and went through the country, plundering and carrying away whatever they could find, nothing coming amiss to them, and they left nothing undone which by their cunning, ingenuity, and impudence they could acquire, while the incorrigible glutton of a fox always managed to get the best of the feast, for though the wolf had more strength, his insidious companion had all the more cunning, and would stoop to practice tricks which the wolf only condescended to when hard pressed by hunger. The fox parted company with the wolf and went her way, and, having met a heron, she asked him to join her in preparing a broth, some of which they were to partake together, while she would provide the materials. The heron offered to make the broth in his own particular way, and prepared it in a long, narrow-necked vessel, knowing that the fox could not drink out of it, and then, inserting his long beak into the vessel, greedily drank up all the broth, and then very coolly turned to the fox and said, "As you have been kind enough to invite me to such a feast, I shall return you the invitation by asking you to a marriage feast, which is to take place in heaven." "But how am I to get up there?" replied the fox. "Oh, that's easily done. Get on my back, and I'll carry you there." They accordingly began their flight, but before long the heron grew tired, and finding the weight of the fox insupportable, he jerked her off his back. As the fox was falling to the ground, she mournfully cried out, "I swear by my skin, if once I escape from this horrible scrape that now I am in, I will never more fly at game so high." On the ground where the fox fell there stood a large stone, and just as she was falling upon it, she cried out, "Move out of the way, or I'll split you with my weight!" But as she fell upon the edge of the stone, she was killed instantaneously. End of section 15. Read by Rajapillai in Boston, Massachusetts, February 18th, 2026. Section 16 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Montero. Section 16.
The Story of a Cat's Tail. Once, in the old days of romance, a fine handsome cat went to a barber's shop to have his whiskers trimmed. The barber noticed that Puss had a long tail, so he said to him, "If you were to have your tail cut and made shorter, you would look far more beautiful than you do now." "Very well, you may cut a piece off," replied the cat. The barber did so, and Pussy departed well pleased at having been beautified at the expense of losing part of his tail. But halfway on his journey home he stopped short, and said to himself, "Why should the barber keep my tail? I will go back at once and ask him for it." The cat returned to the shop and said to the barber, "Give me back my tail, or I'll take one of your razors." But the barber refused to return him the tail, and so the cat stole one of the razors, as he had said he would, and left the shop. Pussy, bent on a ramble, walked on until he met a fishwife, and, perceiving that she had no knife to cut the fish with, said to her, "Here, my good woman, take this razor and use it to cut your fish." He then continued his walk, but he had not gone far when he repented giving the razor to the woman. So he retraced his steps until he met her, and, going up to her, he said, "Return me my razor, or I'll take one of your herrings." The woman, however, refusing to restore the razor, Pussy stole a herring, and went his way. The cat now saw a poor miller, who was eating dry bread for his dinner, and, feeling compassion for the man, he said to him, "My good man, take this fish, and have it with your bread." The miller very gratefully took the herring and ate it with his bread. After a while, the cat was sorry to have parted with the herring, which would have made a pleasant meal for himself, so he went back to the miller and said, "Give me back my fish, or I'll take a sack of your flour." The miller had already eaten up the fish, and could not restore it had he wished to do so, therefore the cat took a sack of flour and went off with it. Pussy next paid a visit to the village school, and, finding that the mistress was very poor, and had nothing to give her pupils for supper, he gave her the sack of flour to make some porridge with for herself and the children. But Pussy soon repented of his generosity, and after a while returned to the mistress, saying, "Give me my sack of flour, or I'll run away with one of your girls." The mistress could not possibly return what she and the girls had already eaten up, and therefore the cat, as he could not get back his sack of flour, carried off one of the girls. He took the little maiden to a laundress, and said, "As you are working all alone, take this girl as a helper, and you will get your linen done all the sooner." Our inconsistent Pussy very soon regretted what he had done, and going back to the laundress, said, "I am sorry now that I allowed you to have the girl. Let me have her again." The laundress very indignantly refused to give up the girl, so Pussy stole one of the shirts out of the tub. He went further on his rambles, and met a shirtless musician, whom he addressed thus, "My good but unfortunate friend, I can see you are rather short of clothes, so pray accept this shirt, and go at once and put it on." But whilst the man went aside to dress himself, the cat stole his violin, and, running up a tree, sat down on one of its branches, and began to play a tune and sing a song, with the following words. "Out of my tail I made a razor, with the razor I made a fish. Out of the herring I made some flour, with the flour I formed a girl. Of the girl I cut out a shirt, with the shirt I made a violin. Fee, fo, fum, now I shall go back to school." End of section 16. Read by Rajapillai Pillai in Boston, Massachusetts, February 18th, 2026.
Section 17 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by SimonCarl. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Enriqueta Montero. The Merry Little Fox. There once was a fox whose godfather and godmother were a crane and a wolf. One day the crane was kind enough to invite the fox to a supper of porridge made of Indian corn flour. The fox accepted the invitation and went to the feast, but the poor thing was unable to get even a taste of the supper, because her hostess put the porridge in a deep vessel with a narrow neck, so that the fox was unable to reach it, whilst the crane very coolly ate it all up before her. After some time, the fox invited the crane to come to supper, and in order to revenge herself for the insult she had received, she cunningly placed the porridge on a perfectly flat stone, off which the crane was hardly able to pick up a morsel, whilst she this time had all the supper to herself. But the fox had had such a meal that she felt too heavy to walk, and as she had to make a long journey, she asked the wolf to take her on his back, saying that she felt very ill, and so weak that she could not take a single step without assistance. The wolf, believing the fox's words, took her on his back and carried her all the way, while the artful fox went laughing and singing thus: "The fox knows how to shift. When too full to make tracks, she's deep enough to get a lift on other people's backs." The wolf, astonished to hear his friend singing like a bird, asked her several times what she was saying, but her only answer was, "Oh, I am so ill, so very ill." So they went along till the wolf began to see the trick that was played upon him, and perceiving that there was a well near them, he said to her, "Ah, you have been deceiving me, have you? Telling me you could not walk because you felt so ill and so weak, and yet you can manage to sing so merrily. The fox knows how to shift. When too full to make tracks, she's deep enough to get a lift on other people's backs. Very well, you shall soon find yourself deep enough." And at the same time, he threw her off his back and into the well. The fox, however, managed to scramble into one of the buckets that was standing on the edge of the well, ready for anyone who might come for water. Her weight, of course, lowered the bucket into the well and sent the empty bucket up. She then looked up at the wolf who was watching her and said, "Oh, my friend, how kind of you to send me down here. Surely this must be heaven. Such lovely sights, green fields with such dear little lambs skipping about, and not a dog or shepherd near. If you wish to witness them yourself, you have only to get inside the other bucket and come down to where I am and be perfectly happy." The wolf, duped again by his wily friend, once more fell into her snares and got inside the empty bucket, which, being now the heavier, went down into the well, as the other bucket rose, in which the fox was comfortably seated, enjoying the malicious trick she had played him. When she saw herself safe at the top of the well, she looked down and said to the poor innocent wolf, "Thank you. That's the second lift you've given me today. And now you had better stay where you are, so that you may never again be tricked by other foxes as artful as I am." The fox then went away, leaving the poor wolf to his fate, and continued her journey singing all the way. "The fox knows how to shift. When too full to make tracks, she's deep enough to get a lift on other people's backs." End of section 17.
Section number 18 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Henriqueta Montero. The Ant and the Snow. One cold winter's day, when the ground was covered with snow, a poor little ant went out of her house to seek for food. Before she had taken many steps, her little feet became clogged in the snow, and after trying hard to extricate herself, she cried, "Oh, snow, you must be strong to clog my little feet so." To this the snow replied, "I may be strong, but the sun can melt me." "Oh, sun," she then said, "you must be strong to melt the snow that clogs my little feet." The sun replied, I may be strong, but the wall keeps me from shining on the snow. O wall, you must be strong to keep the sun from melting the snow that clogs my little feet. The wall replied, I may be strong, but a rat can scratch a hole through me. O rat, you must be strong to scratch a hole through the wall that keeps the sun from melting the snow that clogs my little feet. The rat replied, I may be strong, but the cat can eat me up. End of section number 18.
Section 19 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Monteiro. The Enchanted Old Woman. There once lived together two very plain old women, who were both very desirous of finding husbands, but as they were frightfully ugly, they never allowed anyone to see them. One day, however, they decided to let the public know their wish to marry, and they put up a notice to that effect by posting an announcement outside the door. Many men passed and read the notice, and if by chance any of them called to see them and judge whether either of them were desirable as wives, these ladies would always send a message, by the servant, that they could not allow themselves to be seen till the wedding day on their way to church, which, of course, put an end to the matter. At last there came a man who, having his curiosity aroused, and wishing very much to know them, determined to run the risk and abide by the consequences. He proposed marriage to one of them, who at once consented in great delight. The fortunate maid did all in her power to appear to advantage on her wedding day, and really succeeded in making herself look very pretty. After the wedding ceremony, the man brought her to his home, and as he gazed on her charms, thought himself a lucky man. At night, when she began to undress, the astonished husband found all her beauty disappearing, for her eyes, nose, hair, and the rest were false, and when taken off, left her an exceedingly ugly old woman. After a while, growing tired of always having before him so unprepossessing a figure, he one day gave the old hag a push and threw her out of the window. Fortunately for her, under the window there was the low roof of a shed, and as she fell, her dress was caught by one of the tiles, and there she remained all night, unable to extricate herself. Early in the morning, two witches passed by, and seeing the old woman hanging from the roof, one of them said to her, "Unfortunate creature, I suppose you are there because you are ugly? Well, never mind. I shall make your face the most beautiful that was ever seen." That very moment, the fright became a maid of surpassing loveliness. When the husband got up in the morning, he said to himself, "I shall look out and see what has become of the old hag. Perhaps she is still lying in the road." He came to the window, and looking down on the low roof, great was his surprise to find, instead of the ugly old woman he had thrown out of the window the night before, a most beautiful maiden hanging from the low roof. Bewildered and delighted at the discovery, he ran to bring her in, whilst he made many apologies for what he had done, saying that he must have been blind when he threw her out. The wife heard all his excuses without saying a word, nor did she upbraid him for his inhuman conduct, fearing from past experience what might happen again to her at his hands. Her sister, seeing her looking so much altered for the better, asked her what she had done to become so beautiful, but her husband being present, she was afraid to tell her what had occurred, but said in a whisper, "A witch enchanted me, but don't say a word." The sister, who was deaf and could hardly hear what was said to her, repeated the question, "Tell me quick, what have you done to become so charming?" "A witch has enchanted me," said she, still in a whisper. The deaf old woman understood her sister to say that she had had her skin peeled off, so she sent for the barber and asked him to do the same to her. One arm had hardly been skinned when the foolish old woman died from the effects, and the barber, much alarmed, sent for her sister and told her what had occurred. The enchanted maid was shocked and much grieved at the mistake her poor sister had made and its dire consequences. But as there was now no remedy, and she could not bring her sister back to life, she begged the barber to keep the secret, for fear of her husband's wrath. But the secret she was most anxious to keep from her husband was the fact that she had been enchanted. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Theseus Francis. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Enriqueta Monteiro. The Man Who Seeks Adventures. Once, a rich man had a son, who was born with such a courageous spirit that even in his infancy no circumstance, however fearful, could startle or terrify him. An augur, who was consulted at his birth, predicted from the signs in the heavens and the planetary influences present at the time that the child would grow up into a man of undaunted courage, whom nothing could terrify, that the child was under a spell, by which he would feel compelled to wander through many lands, seeking for adventures, but that the charm he labored under would be dispelled the instant he met with anything that should succeed in frightening him. While yet a mere boy, urged by his restless spirit and taste for romantic adventures, he went to his father and said, "Father, give me my portion, for I wish to travel and seek new scenes and adventures." Whereupon his father gave him his patrimony, and assigned him a servant and a horse for the journey. The boy set out on his roaming expedition, and by sea and by land he courted occasions where he could display his courage. But after passing through many towns and villages, meeting with surprising incidents, and everywhere giving proofs of his fearlessness, our valiant hero arrived at a place where a new trial of his nerve awaited him. On arriving at this place, he made inquiries where he could find quarters for himself, servant, and horse, and was informed that every room in the town was occupied, but that there was an empty house in the neighborhood belonging to a rich family, who had left it because it was haunted by a demon, and no one had dared to live in it since. On hearing this, our hero sought the owner of the house, who happened to be a lady, and at once obtained leave to occupy the premises as long as he should remain in the place. This permission she gladly granted, as she had been unable to find anyone to live in it, even for a single day. He at once took possession of the house, and that same night slept in it with his servant, by which he showed that he had sufficient courage to encounter even an enemy from the other world, and venture to inhabit a spot which was deemed accursed. In the dead of night, when the town was perfectly still, and our valiant hero was fast asleep, he was suddenly awakened by a noise, and soon after heard a voice which repeated several times, "I shall fall through the ceiling. What say you?" "I have not the least objection. Fall near me, if it pleases you," was the quick reply of the youth. "How will you have me? Whole? Or shall I come down in pieces?" "You can fall in fragments if you like. You cannot frighten me anyway." That instant, one leg fell into the room, then another, and so on. Arms, head, and all the component parts of a man's body lay in a heap on the floor, whilst our hero remained perfectly cool and collected, nor did the sickening sight excite him in fear or disgust. But in a firm and commanding tone he said, "I order you, in the name of God, to come together again, and stand before me a whole man, and inform me what it is you want, that you thus haunt this place, and scare people." Gradually, all the parts began to unite into a perfect, but cadaverous-looking man, with toothless jaws, which he worked up and down in a horrible manner. Then he said, with a ghastly grin and a solemn voice, "I am the late owner of this house. During my lifetime, I took possession of another man's property, a farm, to which I had no right whatever. In fact, I was no better than a thief. If my wife does not make restitution and return the property to the rightful owner, I shall go to hell, from which I am not very far now, and so will my wife and family. But if she makes restitution, we shall be saved, and all go to heaven." The boy replied, "If that is the case, I shall go at once and inform your wife of the fact, and I feel sure when she knows that by restoring the property she can save you, she will gladly do what lies in her power to give rest to your soul." "There is one thing more," said the ghost, "which I wish you to tell my wife. Inform her that in the wine cellar she will find a glass jar full of money, hidden under the large vat. But first go and seek an olive branch, and bring it to me that I may place it over the place where the money is buried." The youth went, as desired, in search of an olive branch, and when he returned with one, the ghost took it and placed it over the hidden treasure, and then suddenly disappeared. Next morning, our hero called upon the dead man's widow, and explained to her the purport of his visit. The good lady was visibly affected at what she heard, and expressed her intention to do as her late husband desired, and return the farm to the poor but rightful owners, and she thanked the courageous youth for his good act towards her and her husband and family. They both then proceeded to the cellar, and found the coins in the glass jar buried underneath the large vat, as the ghost had indicated, and wherever that objectionable person had left his footprints the ground was seen to be scorched. Our hero now determined to continue his wanderings, and went to take leave of the good lady, but she entreated him not to depart until after the transfer of the farm, and thus help her to complete his good work towards her and family. "What can I offer you?" she said to the youth, on the completion of the whole affair, "for all your kindness to me and my family. I have nothing that I can give you but my daughter in marriage, if you will have her." "I thank you much for your offer, and for the honor you do me, but it is my destiny to wander through the wide world without aim or purpose. Besides which, I wish to return to my home and native place a bachelor." The daughter then said, "Mother, since we have nothing else to offer the good gentleman, let us give him a pair of doves shut up in a basket." The youth accepted the modest gift, and took his departure, and after he had pursued his journey some miles, his servant said to him, "Master, why do you not open the basket, and see what there is in it? Whatever there is inside does nothing but flutter, as if trying to get out." Our hero took the basket, and untying the string that fastened down the lid, uncovered it, and out flew the imprisoned doves, glad to recover their freedom. But as they did so, they clapped their wings against his face, which so startled him that, for the first time in his life, he shuddered. This action of the birds dispelled his enchantment, and the spell under which he had been bound since his birth. That moment he returned to the good widow to thank her for her lucky gift, which had been the means of turning the course of his destiny, and he could now return home safely and be at rest, no longer compelled to be a wanderer all his life. He married the widow's daughter, who had proposed the gift of doves, and had thus been instrumental in disenchanting him, and returned a wedded man to his native village. His father rejoiced to have his son back again, no longer a wanderer, and gave him and his bride an affectionate reception. And the happy pair lived to a very old age, surrounded by a numerous family, and respected by all their neighbors. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Henriqueta Montiero. The Portrait of the Beautiful Princess. There was once a prince in the good old days of romance who wished to marry, but unfortunately he could not meet with a princess whom he could admire and take for his wife, though for that purpose he had visited almost every capital and court in the world, and made it a point to attend every place of entertainment and be present at every festive occasion where he could see princesses at their best. The fact is, there floated before him a vision of perfect beauty which he hoped to find realized in life, but as yet without success. One day, however, as he was at a fair, amusing himself by examining and patronizing every stall, he noticed a portrait of a most beautiful maiden, a glorious face, having the features he had dreamt of so long, with a figure in which grace and dignity were combined, such as nothing but high birth and breeding could have produced. Now that he had found his ideal of feminine beauty in a portrait, he began almost to hope that he might see it embodied in human form. He eagerly inquired whose portrait it was, and was informed that it was the portrait of a certain princess in the far east. He returned to the palace, and told his father that he would marry no other princess but the one whose likeness he had seen at the fair. The king, glad that his son had found a maiden he could admire, sent an ambassador to arrange the marriage with the beautiful maiden's father, who was a great king. The nobleman succeeded in his mission and obtained the consent of the princess and her father to the union, the princess being much pleased that the fastidious prince, who could find no beauty to satisfy him, should have fallen in love with her from seeing her portrait. They were accordingly married by proxy. When the princess with her retinue arrived at the capital, the home of her husband, the prince thought he would like first to see his bride without being recognized, before he took her as his own forever. He therefore disguised himself, and repaired to the races, which were held in honor of the occasion, and which he knew the princess would attend. As she was entering the grand stand, surrounded by her maids of honor, he inquired which of those ladies was the princess, and someone pointed out to him the very ugliest lady as his future bride. The prince gave a start of surprise, and was convinced that a cruel trick had been played upon him, and that after all he was married to the ugliest maiden he had ever seen. But, not liking to make a public exposure of his disappointment, he apparently took it with a good grace, went the next day to meet his ugly wife, and took her to the palace appointed for them by the king. But he had resolved never to look at her face again, so at night he always entered his chamber without a light. And in the morning he rose early and left the room before she had awoke. He spent the rest of the day at his farm, a few miles away. This, as may be supposed, made the princess very unhappy. Still, she never complained to her husband, or anyone else. One day, as she was walking in her garden, full of sad thoughts, she passed near the garden gate, and a poor woman made signs as if asking for alms. But when the princess came close up to her, the poor woman addressed her thus: "I know the cause of your unhappiness, but I have a remedy for it, if you will follow my advice." The princess said she would, and the poor woman went her way. The next day she returned and told the princess that she must go with her to the place where the prince had his farm. The princess consented, and they set off together. On reaching the farm gate, the poor woman sent up a message to the prince, asking him kindly to allow her and her daughter to enter the farm and ramble through the grounds, as the poor girl was ill, and the doctor had ordered her to be in the open air as much as possible. The prince, who was very kind-hearted, allowed them to enter, and would come himself to see the invalid. But what was his surprise when, on coming out to them, he found that the delicate-looking girl was the exact likeness of the wonderfully beautiful portrait he had seen at the fair. The prince was quite bewildered, and did not know what to think. Next day, the princess, still disguised as the poor woman's daughter, came alone, and walked about the prince's farm. Seeing the prince, she went up to him, and asked to be allowed to drink some water from the cold fountain, as she believed that cold, icy water would cure her. The prince at once ordered a richly jeweled glass vessel to be brought, and he himself drew the water and handed it to her to drink. But as she took it from his hand, she let it fall, and the broken pieces of glass cut and wounded her foot. The prince was much distressed at the accident, but the princess made light of it and gracefully said she felt much more grieved at having broken so valuable a vessel. She begged 1,000 pardons for her awkwardness and left the grounds leaning on the old woman's arm, who had just made her appearance. The prince remained very melancholy all that day, and at night, when he went to bed, he was more peevish and ill-mannered towards the princess than usual. But the princess, showing him her wounded foot, said, "Oh, my poor foot, wounded at the fountain by the broken glass." The prince, guessing that she alluded to what had passed between him and the beautiful maid, said harshly, "What is it to you what I do? That is my concern, not yours." But she still entreated him to look at her wounded foot, and at last he lit a candle, and to his astonishment and delight saw that the princess was no other than the invalid girl he had seen the day before. Perplexed and mystified, he asked an explanation, and she artfully made up a little story, not telling him that the poor woman had dispelled the enchantment under which she had labored so many years and had restored her beauty. But she said that as he would never look at her face from the moment they had come together, he had not found out how he had been misinformed and deceived. For the ugly maiden pointed out to him at the races was a maid of honor who had come over with her, and not herself, as he could plainly see himself. Footnote. The conclusion of the tale is evidently inconsistent with all the rest. The princess makes up a little story, not telling him that her beauty had been restored by magic. But what? Why, her real history, and not a made-up story at all. But the allusion to magic proves that there must be another version of the tale, namely, that the wife whom her husband never saw was really ugly until some preternatural power transformed her. And in fact, that is the old Hindu story told in Buddhist books, where the woman prays to Buddha and he makes her beautiful. It is so told in the Mongolian Uliger und Dalai, Sea of Fables, Tale 26. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francesco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Monteiro. Grain o' Maize. Once upon a time, there lived a good honest man and his wife, who, although much attached to one another, yet lacked the happiness and blessing of having a family. There were no bright merry faces around to cheer and gladden them, no joyous shouts of laughter through their cottage, nothing in fact that could solace and enliven them after their daily work. The wife unceasingly prayed to God to give them a son. It would not matter, she said, if he were no bigger than a grain of Indian corn, so long as they had a child to love and cherish. At last, the poor woman's faith was rewarded, and her prayer was heard, and in due time a son was born to them, a chubby little fellow, but so small and tiny that he was no larger than a grain of Indian corn. And years passed by, and yet he never grew an inch bigger, and from this circumstance he was named Grain o' Maize. While the good man was at work in the fields, his son used regularly to bring him his breakfast, but it was a laughable sight to see our tiny Grain o' Maize trudging along with the basket on top of him, for it covered him entirely, and you could not see what made it move as it came tilting and dancing merrily down the road. The father was in constant fear lest some accident should happen to his tiny son, and repeatedly cautioned him not to go too near the oxen that were working in the fields. But the droll little fellow was always full of tricks and games, and heeded not his father's warnings. One day, after he had brought the breakfast to his father, and was more than usually frolicsome, he climbed up a stalk of Indian corn that grew in the field, and which still had some of its long leaves upon it. An ox that stood near took the tiny little fellow for a grain of Indian corn and ate him up. When the time drew near for the good man to leave off work for the day, he looked about for his little son, and not seeing him anywhere near, he called out several times, but no answer came to his repeated calls. This so alarmed him that he made a thorough search for him under every leaf and blade of grass in the field, and not finding him, he began to fear some accident had befallen him. At last, happening to come near the ox that had swallowed the child, he heard his voice crying from inside the animal, "Father, I'm here! The ox has swallowed me up! Father, father, I'm here!" The poor man was in great distress of mind, not knowing what to do to extricate his child, but decided after deep and anxious reflection to kill the animal. He accordingly ripped up the ox and examined every part of the inside most carefully, but to his great disappointment failed to find any trace of his missing son in the animal, though he felt certain he had heard his voice coming from it. When he had given up all hopes of finding him, he left the dead ox in the field and returned home, greatly distressed, as may be supposed, and with a sad tale to tell his wife. During the night, a wolf was attracted to the spot by the smell of the carcass, and ate voraciously all the inside of the ox, till he heard some noise, and fearing to be discovered, he decamped. Soon after his meal, the wolf began to feel great pains in his inside. He rolled on the ground in agony, and so sharp were the pains he felt that he really believed his last hour had come. Presently he heard a shrill cry from inside him, "Let me out! Let me out!" This so frightened the wolf that, forgetting his pains, he flew about the country in the greatest terror, like one possessed. But the more he ran, the shriller sounded the voice inside him, calling to be released. At last, exhausted with his race and nearly dead with fright, he succeeded in bringing up the little fellow that had caused him so much annoyance, much to his relief and the little man's contentment, who it seems had fallen asleep inside the ox, and only awoke to find himself imprisoned in the wolf. GraceNA now sought a puddle where he might give himself a good bath. When he came to one, the first thing he did was to undress and wash his clothes, and while they were drying in the sun, he washed himself clean. When he had finished this operation, he set out for home. On the road he met some drovers, who were driving mules laden with bags of money. He instantly went up to them and said, Some highway robbers who had been watching the drovers with their treasure from a secret place behind the hedges suddenly fell upon them, and after a hard fight, the brigands who outnumbered the poor drovers managed to shoot them down dead. They then hurried away from the road with the mules and their treasure to their hiding place in a thick forest, uninhabited except by these brigands. I must tell you that the moment Grace saw the brigands approach, he slipped into one of the panniers which contained the bags of money, and when the robbers reached their hiding place, which was an old deserted mansion, as he was so tiny, he got out of the pannier and hid himself in a fold of one of the bags, from which he saw the robbers, with huge bunches of keys, let themselves into the house and go through several rooms and as many doors, leading into stone corridors and grim paved yards until they reached one massive door, which led into a dark chamber, scantily furnished with a few chairs and a large table. On this table they laid the money bags and counted their treasure. At this moment, Grace, unperceived, hid himself under the table and suddenly cried in a shrill voice, "Stop, thieves! Stop, thieves!" On hearing this, the brigands were alarmed and took to their heels, leaving the bags of money behind them, and thinking only of saving their lives. Grace was so amused at the big fellows all scampering away for fear of him that he was nearly choked with laughter. But on finding himself sole possessor of so much money, he instantly went to the stables for the mules, filled their panniers with the money bags, and started off, without loss of time, towards home. On arriving at his father's door, as it was still night, GraceNA thumped and kicked at the door several times before he was heard. At last the repeated knocks awoke his father, who, looking out of the window, inquired, "Who is there?" Grace replied, "It is I, dear father. It is your son. Open quickly." The father, overjoyed, came down and opened the door and embraced his son, whom he had long given up for lost. Grace related everything that had happened to him since they parted, and gave up to his father the mules and the bags of money. The poor labourer had no need after this to work for his living, and he, his wife, and tiny son were prosperous and happy ever after. Our jolly little friend settled down to a quiet life and never attempted any more adventures. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Henriqueta Monteiro. The Prince Who Had Ass's Ears. Once upon a time there was a king who was very unhappy because he had no children. He therefore resolved to send for 3 fairies, who immediately obeyed the king's summons, and glided into the king's audience chamber to hear what his majesty had to say. The king explained to them the cause of his trouble, saying that he and his wife would be the happiest of mortals if they had a son. The fairies, after consulting among themselves what they should do, promised the king that his wish should be granted, and that they would come and be present at the birth, and greet the little stranger with good wishes and gifts. The queen accordingly had a son, and the 3 fairies came, and bending forward until their heads touched, stood like a canopy over the child's cradle. Then one of them said, "Let this child be the handsomest man in the world." The next said, "Let him be wise and good." The 3rd fairy, who must have had some spite against either the king, queen, or the other 2 fairies, said, with a malicious smile, "My gift to this precious prince shall be a pair of ass's ears, as a set-off to his beauty." The fairies then flew away on various other errands of good and evil, and instantly the ass's ears appeared on the prince's head. When the king saw this, he was filled with grief, and in his distress ordered a cap to be made at once that should hide the ears, and ever after no one in the palace saw the prince without his cap. The young prince, meanwhile, grew in comeliness and manliness, which were only surpassed by his excellence and wisdom. Thus all the blessings of the 2 good fairies were fulfilled, and no one at court had the least suspicion that the prince had ass's ears. When his beard grew, and it became necessary that he should be shaved, the king sent for a barber, and told him to shave the prince, but on no account to reveal to any one that his son had ass's ears, for if he did, he should be punished with death. When the barber left the palace, his head was completely turned with the magnitude and importance of the secret entrusted to him by the king. He felt a burning desire to divulge a matter which would cause such a sensation among his majesty's subjects, and would enable him to boast of the royal favour in confiding to him so delicate a matter. At the same time, he feared the king would carry out his threat, and put him to death. So for a time he kept his counsel. But every time he shaved the young prince, the secret he carried seemed to weigh heavier and heavier upon him, until he decided to consult a holy monk. "Good father," said he, "a secret has been confided to me which I have been forbidden to reveal, but if I keep it much longer, and do not give it to someone else to keep, I shall surely die. Yet if I tell it, the king will put me to death. Tell me, father, what am I to do?" The monk advised him to go to a lonely valley, and dig a hole there, and confide the secret to the ground, by repeating it until he found his mind relieved. Then he was to fill up the hole again with earth, and there it would remain deposited safely in the ground. The simple barber, following the friar's advice, took a spade and made a hole in a convenient spot, depositing his secret in the cavity he had made, and returned home much comforted and relieved in his mind. Some time after this incident, some reeds began to spring up in great abundance over the spot where the hole had been made, and as the shepherds passed the place with their flocks, they often paused to cut some reeds to make their musical pipes with. But strange to relate, whenever the Pandean pipes made from these reeds were played upon, instead of notes and musical sounds, voices were emitted, which kept repeating, "The prince hath the ears of an ass." And so it went on, until the news spread everywhere that the prince had ass's ears, the rumour reaching even to the palace. The king then sent for the shepherds, and bade them play on their pipes, as he loved to hear their beautiful airs, and when they did so, the king heard the voices emitted, which persisted in crying out, "The prince has the ears of an ass." The king, in great agitation and perplexity, sent for the queen of the fairies, and asked her to undo the mischief that one of the wicked fairies had done, and to break the spell under which the prince, his poor son, labored. The fairy queen was very gracious, and said she would do her best. She convened a meeting of all the courtiers in the palace, at which the prince was to be present. And when all the noble lords were assembled, she said, "Remove your cap, O prince." The prince did so, and what was the joy of the king and queen when they saw that the prince had no longer ass's ears, but natural ones. From that day forward, the shepherds' pipes ceased to say that the prince had ass's ears. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shantha Roberts. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Aniqueta Montero. The Tower of Babylon. Once upon a time there lived a hardy fisherman who had 3 daughters. One day, when he had cast his nets into the sea and was drawing them in, he found them so heavy to draw that he believed he had a great catch of fish and was already beginning to rejoice at his good fortune. Great was his surprise when he found he had only 1 large fish in his nets, and greater still was his astonishment when he heard the huge sea monster speak and say to him, "My good man, go and seek your eldest daughter, and when you have found her, bring her to me. But let me warn you that unless you obey me in this, you will always be unlucky. You will lead a miserable life and never improve your position." The poor fisherman returned home with a heavy heart. He told his daughter what had occurred to him and what the large fish had demanded. But the girl, not wishing to see her dear father miserable on her account, promptly decided to give herself up to the great fish and thus avert any greater evils from her family. She at once got ready to go with her father, who took her and delivered her up to the sea monster, for he believed himself in the fish's power and dared not disobey him. His difficulties, however, were not destined to end there, for every time he let down his nets into the sea, no other fish came into the nets but this great monster, who each time demanded another of his daughters until he had carried away the 3. When the fish found himself in possession of the fisherman's 3 daughters, he loaded him in return with riches and many costly gifts. He was now a wealthy man and lived at ease, but if ever he happened to ply his old craft by way of amusement, he was never able to catch any other fish but this same huge monster, who no doubt took great pleasure in visiting his old friend the fisherman. After several years had elapsed, a son was born to the fisherman, which was a great happiness to him and his desolate wife, who had had their family so cruelly torn from them, and who had no children with whom to share their wealth. When the boy had grown up to manhood, he recollected how he had often been told, when a child, that his father had once been very poor, but had sold his daughters in exchange for his present wealth. One day he went to his father and said, "Father, is it true that you once sold your daughters in order to become rich?" In reply to his question, the father related to him, with tears in his eyes, all the particulars of that sad event. And when the son had heard the whole melancholy story, he stood for some time wrapped in thought, and then he said, "Father, I can bear this no longer. I am determined to go and seek my sisters, and find out, if I can, what has become of them. If they are unhappy or badly treated, I may be able to rescue them from their tormentors." In vain did the father try to dissuade him. Nothing could shake his determination. He accordingly started on his journey at haphazard, striking into the first turning that offered, a zigzag path along the course of a mountain stream. He had not travelled many leagues when fortune already began to favour him. He met 3 boys, fighting and quarrelling, and fearing from their angry words and blows they might come to harm, he went up to them and endeavoured to pacify them. He asked them the reason of their angry contention, and they in reply said to him, "Sir, we are brothers. Our good father has just died and left us an inheritance, this pair of boots, cloak, and key, and our quarrel arose because each one of us wishes to possess the boots." The fisherman's son then said, "How is it that you prize these things so much, which seem to me so common and to be easily had?" "Oh," said they, "these boots will convey the fortunate possessor of them as quick as lightning to wherever he wishes to be, however far or inaccessible the place may be to ordinary mortals. The cloak, when put on, will at once make the wearer invisible, whilst the key will fit any lock." When the young man heard this, he coveted to possess such useful treasures, and he therefore offered the 3 brothers a large sum of money if they would part with them. To this they readily agreed, as the best means of settling their dispute. Our traveller took the boots, cloak, and key, and very contentedly gave the boys the sum of money agreed upon, which was a very large sum indeed. And when they had parted company, he put on the boots, saying, "Boots, take me to my eldest sister's home, wherever that might be." No sooner said than done. He crossed the sea without getting wet, and instantly found himself in the midst of a magnificent park with fine old trees, the foliage tempering the sun's rays, and which extended for miles along the beach. He saw all along the seashore a luminous band of little marine animals, which had the power of emitting light. Further out in the sea were myriads of other little creatures, which, congregating together, resembled short bits of shining thread, whilst others again were in the form of rings, stars, and globes, and as these tiny animals moved or crawled, they left behind them a luminous track, which continued to shine for some time after the animal had passed. Our traveller stood entranced with delight at the fairy scene as the fireflies and glowworms of the ocean flashed and sparkled over the water. He felt as if he breathed a different atmosphere, such as was breathed by naiads and mermaids and other nymphs. In the midst of the park stood a splendid palace, surrounded by a most peculiar garden, in which only seaweeds grew. These seaweeds were of every colour, shade, and size, some with large fronds, others with tiny leaflets growing one inside the other. They grew by the side of deep red and rose-coloured coral reefs and pillars of seashells and starfish. In fact, all was enchanted ground and fairyland which surrounded him. And as he stood admiring the magic scene, he saw a lady walking in the garden attired like a queen. She had in her train a number of maids of honour, who all appeared to him very beautiful, though each of their faces had an expression like that of some fish or other. When the queen saw the stranger approach the gate of the enclosed garden, she was much surprised at the intrusion. Nevertheless, she bent her steps most graciously towards him, and inquired of him what motive had directed his steps to her palace, and how he had effected his entrance into the park. "I am your brother," said he in reply. "I have no brother that I know of." "When my father sold you to the great fish in exchange for riches, you had no brother, but I was born a few years after you left, and since I have come to years of discretion, I have not ceased to feel anxious respecting your fate and that of my other sisters, and by the help of magic boots of which I am the fortunate possessor, I find myself here, and have come to see you, my respected sister." Great was the queen's joy at seeing a brother of whose existence she had no knowledge until then. She gave him a most affectionate welcome, and asked him to enter the palace with her. But as she entered the grand entrance, she suddenly turned round to him and looked very sad, said, "You must know that I am the wife of the great king of fishes. Though he loves me and is kind, he is very jealous, and I fear that when he returns home and finds you here, he will be very angry and may try to kill you. Do not let that trouble you in the least, my good sister, for I am the fortunate possessor of a magic cloak that renders me invisible the moment I put it on, and therefore, when I wear it, I can defy your husband's anger." The queen, being reassured that no danger could befall her brother by remaining in the palace, conducted him through several chambers whose walls were some of coral, others of mother of pearl, whilst one in particular was panelled with beautiful transparent fish scales which reflected every colour. The audience hall was a cave which reached down to the bottom of the sea. It had bright stalactites hanging from the roof, from every point of which flashes and sparks flew like so many fireflies. The appearance of the ocean's bed was quite a marvel to the fisherman's son, who never remembered having seen anything so wonderful. By large masses of coral of fanciful shapes, like a forest carved in stone, were seen sponges of beautiful growth and graceful mauve plants, some spreading their gorgeous fronds in the transparent water, and affording a retreat for innumerable little creatures, which no doubt served as food, or at least as bonne bouche for the great king of fishes. Once or twice he shuddered as he saw a huge serpent armed with silver scales, or some other sea monster of strange and appalling shape plunge into the deep. All at once a hollow rushing sound was heard as of a coming hurricane, and advancing from the same direction on the surface of the water, the monster king of fishes was seen approaching the shore with eyes which glared like red and fiery lamps, and uttering a peculiar hoarse rumbling sound, frightful to hear. When the queen heard her lord, she went out to meet him, and with gentle words and soothing tones caressed him. When the king had rested for a while on his coral throne, and the queen had succeeded in putting him in good humour, she said, "My dear husband, I have a great piece of news to tell you." To this the monster replied, "Who has been here to bring you news?" "Do not be alarmed, for the piece of news I have to tell you concerns my dear brother, who has come to see me and is actually here. As I feared you might wish to kill him for intruding here, I bade him hide from you." When the monster king of fishes heard that, he growled at first, but after a few minutes' reflection, he said, "Tell him to come before my presence. I shall be glad to see him, and I promise you I shall not attempt to kill him." The queen's brother then came and stood before the great king of fishes, who received him with kindness and was very gracious to him. After conversing for a short time, the king told him he might leave the palace, and gave him a large sum of money, telling him that he should ever require assistance in any undertaking, he had only to say, "O king of the fishes, help me!" and instantly he would find him by his side, ready to render assistance. The fisherman's son left the palace well satisfied with the reception he had met with, and happy to have found his sister happy, and that she was living in such a delightful fairy-like place. He once more put on his magic boots, saying, "Boots, take me to my second sister's home." Hardly were the words out of his mouth, when quick as thought he crossed over great mountains, passed by the brinks of fearful precipices, and at last the boots deposited him on a bare rock. Looking down below, he saw a lovely bay, whose waters were as transparent and smooth as crystal, in the midst of which rose an island surrounded on every side by steep cliffs. There was no visible harbour or beach, so that no mortal could land unless helped by some sorcerer or magician. But the boots made no difficulty of the matter. They placed their wearer on the middle of the island in a narrow pathway. He followed this path, which led him to a vast cavern, having 3 arched openings. There was a monotonous sort of organ music echoing through the cavern, which seemed to come from the tranquil bay. He entered one of the openings, and the first chamber that met his gaze was panelled with millions of yellow and scarlet sponges, among which were anemones of the rarest and richest kind. Green, blue, dark brown, white, and scarlet were the prevailing colours. The young man was dazzled, and would have remained spellbound to the spot had not an attendant who was half a sea lion and half a man, and had claws of a crab instead of hands, appeared suddenly, and said, "What has brought you here?" "I have come to visit my sister, who lives here." At this the page went inside the cavern to take the message, but soon returned, saying, "The queen of this island, who you must know is the wife of the great king of sea lions, desires me to say that she was not aware that she had a brother. But as she believes nothing but a fairy or mermaid can have placed you on this island, she has signified a wish to see you, and hear what you have to say for yourself. Follow me." He was led into the audience chamber, which was solely lit up by glittering masses of little creatures, which were attached to the walls and roof and twinkled in flashes. The queen was resting on a crystal throne, attired in a robe of seaweeds which resembled lace of the most exquisite pattern and texture. She was surrounded by mermaids who formed her court. As the young man stood before the queen, she asked him the motive that had directed his steps to the royal abode. "My anxiety to know your fate after my father sold you to the King of Fishes has brought me here, my dearest sister." "But I never knew a brother," was the queen's reply. "I was born a few years after your gracious majesty left our father's house, and my life was not a happy one because I did not know your fate." "I thank you," replied the queen, "for your kind solicitude for my welfare, and I rejoice to see you here. But when my husband, the great king of sea lions, returns home, you must hide until I can put him in a good humor, for he generally comes tired and much fatigued after his day's labor among his unruly subjects, and is not disposed to see strangers. I have a cloak that renders me invisible when I wear it. Therefore you need not be uneasy about me, for I shall put it on when I hear him coming." Shortly after this the king of sea lions was heard entering the cavern, filling the air with a roar like that of the king of the forest. When the young man heard the terrific noise, he was not disposed to face the monster that could utter such an angry sound. He at once put on his cloak and remained with it on until he saw the great king pacified by the tender caresses of his good sister. When the queen introduced him to her lord and husband, the king seemed pleased to see him and asked him to remain with them a few days, that he might take him through his vast realm and show him all the beautiful objects in it and the number of subjects who owed him obedience. The young man, however, excused himself from remaining much longer, saying he must proceed in his search for his youngest sister. As he was leaving the palace, the king gave him a fine large sturgeon, that he might have food on his journey. He, at the same time, offered him his assistance in any difficult undertaking, in the same manner as the king of fishes had done. The fisherman's son left the palace pleased with the reception he had met with, and by the help of his magic boots he soon reached the abode of his youngest sister, a fairy realm, quite distinct in all its features from that in which his elder sisters resided. This proved to be the kingdom of birds, where shrubberies, woodlands, lovely glens, and fine old trees were the homes of innumerable birds, who were busy making their nests, or collected together under rich foliage to chat about their little affairs, whilst others plumed their feathers in sunny ease. There stood a grim old ruin with long narrow slits, once intended for windows, through which the chattering members of the feathered tribe went in and out unceasingly. On the battlements were a number of pigeons nestled together. Nothing was wanting here to make the inhabitants happy and comfortable. Indeed, it was a perfect paradise. There were lakes and ponds where they could bathe at their ease, lakelets hidden by reeds and long grasses, with small islets in their centers, a cool retreat for ducks and other waterfowl, and grassy slopes where they could rest and plume their feathers. Fruit trees loaded with ripe, luscious fruits attracted hungry and greedy birds, and on the ground and on branches of trees were found worms, grubs, and insects to supply more substantial food for the subjects of the king of birds. The fisherman's son, whilst gazing in wonder at the magic scene around him, had his attention drawn to a shady path which led into a grove. He followed this path, and as he entered the grove he was accosted by an attendant, having the head of a bird and the body of a man. He had large wings which he flapped as he spoke to the young man, asking him what had brought him there, to which he replied that he was seeking his youngest sister. The attendant then led him through the grove. Within the grove was an enclosure, formed by several trees being joined together by a perfect mantle of creepers, which covered them from top to bottom. These creepers were in full blossom and rich with their varied colors and perfumes. This enclosure was the palace of the king of birds, and was divided into different compartments and chambers by natural screens, woven of trailers twined together, and all covered with a glowing mass of flowers. The queen, the young man's sister, was in one of these magic chambers when the page introduced him to her as her brother, and here the same surprise was expressed, and the same conversation ensued as when he visited his other sisters. The queen was rejoiced to see him and gave him a most affectionate and cordial reception. She was much interested to hear all that her brother related to her of her parents and sisters, whom she had almost forgotten, as she was so young when she was taken from her home. Presently the king of birds arrived, flapping his great wings. He was pleased to see his wife's brother, and entertained him sumptuously whilst he remained with them. As he left the realm of happy birds, the king gave him a beautiful feather from his great wings, saying, "If ever you are in trouble, remember to call me to your assistance, and you will always find me ready to assist you." When the young man left the palace, he bent his steps towards home, rejoicing that he had discovered the homes of all his sisters, and that he had left them happy and prosperous. He was also well satisfied with the reception accorded him by his brothers-in-law, and with the rich presents he had received. Proceeding on his journey, he entered a forest and lost his way. After wandering a long time, unable to find his way out, he met a countryman, who put him in the right track. As soon as he was out of the forest, he sighted a great tower, and having asked what that building was, a woman replied, "Traveller, the tower thou gazest on is the great mystic Babylon. Long shall the rash man rue the hour that brings his foot within that tower. There in dismal dungeon deep for ever shall he weep, where none his wailing hears, none recks his tears." The young man's curiosity was fairly roused, and he resolved at all hazards to explore the mysterious chambers of this tower, trusting that either his magic boots, cloak, or key would help him to avert any evil influence which the inhabitants of that haunted place might bring to bear against him. Besides, he remembered that he could always call up the friendly assistance of the kings, the husbands of his 3 sisters. "Boots," said he, "take me to yonder tower." Scarcely had he pronounced the words when instantly he found himself before the great edifice, and finding its massive gate wide open, he entered. His first sensation on entering was one of awe, for no human sound was heard to disturb the oppressive stillness and loneliness, while the dim lurid light that filled the place sent a chill to his heart. But being fully determined to investigate the mysteries here hid from human sight, he took courage, and boldly strode along the first passage he came to. As he went along, peering into the different chambers, whose doors stood open with their hinges rusty from long disuse, great was his surprise to find some richly and comfortably furnished, and others in which were coffers filled with silver and gold, and other treasures collected from different parts of the world. As he walked through a corridor that led to a darkened chamber, suddenly a young and beautiful maiden glided past him, so slight and pale and wan that she seemed more like a fleeting shadow. He turned back and followed her until he overtook her and addressed her thus, "Dear lady, allow me to address and ask you why you are here, a place in which I only expected to find witches or sorcerers wandering through these dismal passages, busy with their spells." To this she replied timidly at first, but soon reassured by the young man's appearance. "Stranger, from my infancy I have been kept enchanted in this tower, I know not why, and I have for my only companion an old decrepit man who has some trouble which causes him great anguish and suffering. His continual sighs and groans give me much uneasiness, and it nearly breaks my heart to see him so unhappy. I have no one to commune with, or who can cheer me in my loneliness. Be not surprised, stranger, if I tell you that I hail your presence here with delight and joy. I feel that you are to me like a ray of light piercing my dark, dismal soul, and to part from you would be death to me. Leave me not, I pray you." The young man had listened with eager curiosity to the girl's affecting story. His heart melted with compassion for one so young and beautiful, who was wasting her youth in loneliness and wretchedness beside an old decrepit man, and he resolved to leave nothing undone to free her from her dreadful captivity. To his feelings of chivalrous compassion for one so innocent and youthful were soon added those of admiration and love, and feeling conscious of a response in her warm heart, he proposed marriage to her, and made known to her his intention of rescuing her from his perilous position. The joy and felicity of the until then unhappy maiden are not easy to express, and are better left to the imagination of the tender-hearted. The young man now advised her to question the old man and try to find out the cause of his trouble, to which he believed there must be some mystery attached. The girl had always felt afraid of the old man, who excited in her a feeling of horror, but now, encouraged by her lover, she went in search of him, and having found him in the highest chamber of the tower, crouching in a corner, groaning and sighing, she said, "Poor old man, tell me why you suffer so much. Tell me the cause of your trouble, and if it be in my power to relieve you of it, I will do so." When the old man heard her sweet voice and kind words, he burst into tears and replied, "I have always been afraid to accost you, but since you seem to take an interest in me, and I know that no one can possibly penetrate within these walls, I will tell you all. You must know that there is a large chest at the bottom of the sea, which is the cause of all my sufferings. Every time this chest is touched, if only by a tiny fish, I at once feel it, and am struck with such fear and dismay that death is preferable to me than life. And yet if I were happy, and had no doom impending ever over my head, I could wish to live, for who is there that loves not life? I must also tell you that inside that chest there is a fish, and inside that fish there is a sea lion, and inside that lion there is a bird, and in that bird there is an egg, and that egg, if once broken on my head, will cause my death. Thus I am in continual dread and agony of mind and body, lest there should be a person who, knowing the consequences to me, and having sufficient power, should bring up that dreaded chest from the depth of the sea, which has lain hid so many years. I shudder at the tremendous blow by which I am doomed to be killed." When the tender-hearted girl had heard the poor old man's story, she endeavored to comfort him with kind, sympathizing words, but she took care not to tell him that there was a stranger actually in the tower, who had entered by some mysterious magic power. She now hastened downstairs to acquaint her lover with what the old man had said, on hearing which he resolved at once to quit the tower and endeavor to gain possession of that wonderful chest and all it contained. And remembering the promised assistance of his 3 brother-in-laws, he called them to his aid. Then those 3 mysterious beings dived down to the bottom of the sea, and between them they heaved up the heavy chest and delivered it into the hands of the young man, who immediately opened it with his magical key. When he found himself in possession of the great egg in the way described by the old man, he hastened to the tower, which immediately opened its gates in a mysterious manner. He found the old man, as usual, crouching in a corner, and broke the egg upon his head, and the shrieks he uttered were so loud and terrible that they shook both the sea and the land. The moment the old man was dead, the maiden was disenchanted. She appeared more beautiful than before, and her countenance beamed with joy and love. The fisherman's son removed her to his home and hearth and married her. Then he returned for his 3 sisters and brought them home, and they all lived together ever after, happy and prosperous. End of section 24.
Section number 25 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Montiero. The Story of the White Lamb. There was once a queen who was very sad because she had no children. She had in her oratory an image of the Virgin of the Incarnation, which she reverenced much, and she often knelt before it with tears in her eyes, praying for the favor of a son. O Lady of the Incarnation, though he be but a lion, give me a son. One day, as she stood looking out of the window, she saw a shepherd pass with a flock of white lambs, and she hastened to the oratory, and kneeling down, prayed the Virgin thus: "Give me a son, O Lady of the Incarnation, though he be but a lamb." In due time the queen gave birth to a son, who was instantly turned into a lamb. When the white lamb was 2 years old, it went up to its mother and said, "Dear mother, I wish to marry the daughter of the king, the lord of the Great Council." "Oh," said the queen, in great astonishment, "how can you, my dear son, think of marrying when you are only a white lamb? But I do wish it nevertheless, mother." The lamb then changed himself into a handsome prince, and went to the lord of the Great Council, and asked his eldest daughter in marriage, and his proposal being accepted, the prince asked the princess, "Have you any objection to marry a white lamb?" To which she replied, "I should have no objection, for I would kill it when I went to bed." The white lamb married the princess, and matters went on very pleasantly until they went to bed, when the prince saw a knife, which his wife had hidden under her pillow to kill him with. So he pulled out the knife and killed the princess. Some time after this, the lamb said to his mother, "O mother, I wish to marry the king's second daughter. Is it possible, my son, that you wish to marry a second time?" The white lamb did, however, go a second time to the palace, and engaged himself to marry the king's second daughter, and he put her the same question as he had done to her sister, and she replied in nearly the same words: "Let the lamb marry me if he likes, for I shall kill him, and thus get rid of him." And exactly the same thing happened as before, and he killed his wife. The white lamb then informed his mother that he meant to ask the king's youngest daughter in marriage, and the mother, much astonished, made the same remark as before. The prince again went to the palace in his natural form, looking a most handsome prince. He asked the young and beautiful princess, "Would you, young maiden, marry a lamb?" "Why should I not, if God gave him to me?" Now, the white lamb, in order to change himself into a prince, had to throw off 7 skins. So, on the night of his marriage, he divested himself of these 7 coverings, and told the princess that he was a prince who had been changed into a lamb at his birth, but that no one knew it, not even his own mother, who thought him a lamb, and he charged her not to mention it to anyone. The maiden was delighted to hear such happy news, and she gazed upon his handsome figure with ecstasy. After a while, she found she could not contain herself from disclosing the secret to the lamb's mother, and told her that her son was really an enchanted prince. That night, however, when they retired to rest, the prince approached her, and looking very sad, said to her, "I charged you to tell no one that I was enchanted, and you went at once and revealed it. The term of my enchantment was nearly accomplished, but now, by your imprudence, I am doomed to a spell of 7 years more. I have now to go away to the river south, and you will come after me and try to find me." The poor lamb took his departure, and the maiden and his own mother remained sad and heartbroken at what had happened. At the end of a few days, the hapless maiden left the palace to seek the lamb, her husband, and after much walking and journeying, not finding the river south, she started for the realm of the moon. On arriving there, she asked the moon's mother, who came out to her, if she could tell her anything about a certain white lamb. The moon's mother said she knew nothing about him, but she told her to get inside a small hole which she pointed out, telling her to be careful not to make it any larger, and to remain there until her daughter, the moon, came home. When the moon appeared, her mother asked her if she knew anything of a white lamb that a maiden was seeking, and the moon replied that she had not seen him or heard of him, but that possibly the wind or the sun might know. The girl set out and walked till she reached the cavern of the wind, but there she was not more successful in her quest, and she was received in the same way as at the mansion of the moon. She proceeded next to the sun's great realm, and there she was as unsuccessful as before. The 7 years' term was now drawing to a close, and the poor princess was beginning to lose all hope of finding the white lamb, her husband, when she met an old woman, who asked her what she was doing there. The princess said she was seeking her spouse, who was a beautiful white lamb, that he had left her 7 years before to go to the river south, and she had been seeking him ever since, but all her efforts had been in vain, for she could not find the river south. The old lady then, pointing to a very large gateway, said, "That portal leads to the river south. Enter, my child, and you will see a number of little birds fluttering about. but the one that comes and lies at your feet is the white lamb, for he has been changed into a bird." The maiden went through the portal, and soon found herself at the river's side, where a number of birds sat on the trees and bushes growing on its banks. The birds began to flutter over her head, until presently one of them, more beautifully plumed than the rest, fell at her feet and began pecking them. The maiden said, "Are you the white lamb?" That moment the prince was restored to his natural shape, and he started off with his wife back to his mother's palace. The spell was broken, and they lived happily together ever after. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francesco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Monteiro. The Child and the Fig. There was once a lady who had a stepdaughter, a pretty child with a fair complexion and golden hair, which fell gracefully in long ringlets over her white shoulders. This lady had a house with a fine garden, planted with roses, tulips, camellias, and all manner of creepers, which wreathed the poles and trellises with living garlands of fragrance and bloom. In the centre of this delightful garden stood a large fig tree, which stretched out its green branches, laden in summer with delicious fruit that hung like so many pendant dark pearls, but melted in the mouth more easily than that jewel. Once this prolific tree produced a fig of uncommon size, and perfect in shape and colour. The mistress was very proud of this fig, and wished it to ripen well on the tree before she gathered it. But she was afraid the birds, who are good judges of fruit, would single out this splendid fig, peck at it, and spoil it. She therefore ordered her stepdaughter to watch it, telling her at the same time that if she allowed the birds to touch it and spoil it, she would kill her instantly. The poor child, terrified at the threat of her cruel stepmother, kept an anxious watch over the fig, armed with a long cane to frighten away the feathered thieves. But one day, when her attention was drawn away for a moment, a bold bird came, and before she had time to perceive what it was about, flew away with the luscious fruit in its beak. The child, in great distress, ran to tell her stepmother of the robbery, and besought her with many tears to spare her life, for she had done her best to save the fruit, but the naughty bird must have been watching his opportunity to take the fig. The cruel stepmother would not be appeased, and in a fit of anger killed the child, and then buried her in the garden. In a few days, a beautiful rose tree grew up over the grave, as though wishful to mark the sacred spot where the innocent child lay. Meanwhile, the mistress of the school that the child attended, having for several days missed her from her usual place, and fearing that she was ill, resolved to go to the house and inquire for her, which she did one day when out walking with her young ladies. But the only answer the lady would give her was that she did not know where her stepdaughter had gone to, and that if she thought proper to run away from home, she was welcome to do so. The lady, however, invited the schoolmistress to take a walk round the garden with her pupils. The schoolmistress, glad to give her pupils a treat, went with them into the garden, which was so bright with blossoms and flowering shrubs. And as they rambled through the walks, admiring the parterres so well laid out in patches of lovely colours, one of the children was attracted towards the rose tree, which grew over the stepdaughter's grave, and plucked one of the deep yellow roses. The instant she did so, she heard a plaintive voice coming from under the rose tree, which sang, "Stay that cruel hand, I pray, pluck not the golden locks away, that a mother once tenderly dressed, that a father has fondly caressed. Oh, why did my stepmother slay me, and cold in the moist earth lay me? 'Twas the fault of the feathered thief, that filched the ripe fruit from beneath the broad leaf of the wide-spreading fig tree, and brought me to grief." The little girl, in a fright, dropped the rose she had plucked, and ran to tell the mistress what she had heard from under the rose tree. The mistress went to the magistrate and related to him what had occurred, and he had the ground dug up where the rose tree grew, and where they found the body of the child, which was still breathing. The stepmother was taken up and punished for her crime, and the kind schoolmistress took charge of the unfortunate little girl, who lived with her ever after, happy and well cared for. End of section 26.
Section number 27 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Henrietta Monteiro. The Magic Slippers. A long time ago, there was a very beautiful woman, who was landlady of a roadside inn, principally patronized by muleteers and merchants who passed that way with their merchandise. This woman had a daughter, whose great misfortune it was to still be fairer than her mother. The mother was so jealous of this daughter that she kept her shut up in a dark room with all the windows closed, so that no one should see her. Poor girl! She often wished she had been born very plain, so that she might have her liberty and enjoy life like other young people. When any muleteers entered her inn, the first question the landlady who would put to them was if they had ever seen a woman more beautiful than herself. As they generally answered no, she was satisfied that they had not seen her daughter. One day the girl, however, contrived to an open window, and a muleteer who had came to the inn was questioned as usual, replied that he had just seen a girl in the window and was far surpassed by her loveliness. "Ah, I know who that is then," said the woman. "What business had she to be looking out from the window? Shall she pay me for it?" And full of spite and rage, she resolved to kill her daughter. She had ordered 2 of her men to take her to a lonely place on a mountain, a few miles off, and there put her to death. The men took the girl to the spot indicated, but just as one of them was raising the hatchet to sever her head from her body, the girl sank to her knees, and again, with the tears rolling down her beautiful cheeks, pleaded to have her life spared. Promising never to return to her mother, so that they could pretend they had executed her commands, the men were touched by the appeal, and having no ill feelings against her, they raised her from the ground and said to her, "No, no, we have not the heart to kill you, but you must leave this part of the country, for if your mother finds you alive, we shall get in trouble with her." "I thank you for this good deed," replied the girl, "and I trust some day to have means of rewarding you." The girl, being left alone, determined to leave the neighborhood as quickly as possible. She took to a winding path that led to a stream at the foot of a mountain, and followed its course till she came in sight of a house situated between 2 hills. It being now dark, she went up to the house, and finding the door opened, she entered as far as the great hall, but seeing no one, she called out, "Will anyone here give a poor girl shelter for the night?" As no one answered her call, she walked in further. Roaming from the chamber to chamber through dark passages, she found the place was deserted and empty of furniture, except here and there was a broken chair or a tumble-down table. She determined to take her quarters there till the morning, and make herself feel as comfortable as the place admitted. Feeling hungry, she went down to the kitchen, and as she pried into every hole and corner in the storeroom in hopes to find some food, she discovered, among the rubbish and broken crockery, a brown earthen pot containing a meal, and a cruse with rancid oil, which to her then was as good as the best and finest. She then went to the garden, and after gathering some sticks and lighting a fire, she made herself a hearth cake with the meal and oil. But just as she was laying out her frugal supper on the kitchen table, which, besides the cake, consisted of a few small radishes she had dug up in the garden, and a cup full of water from the well, she heard a noise which so frightened her that she hid herself and listened. She soon found that the noise was made by a band of robbers who were bringing in their booty to hide it in the house. When they saw their supper laid, they cried, "Hello! Who prepared this supper? If anyone's here, let them show themselves." The poor girl came out of her hiding place, trembling with fear, and stood before the robbers. But the men, struck with admiration at her beautiful face and charming figure, asked her what great distress had brought her here there alone and apparently friendless. She told them that her history, and how she was without a friend in the world. The robbers, full of compassion, kindly said to her, "Fear not, and grieve no more. You shall stay with us, and we promise to protect you and treat you as our sister." What could the pearl girl do but consent to their proposal? She stayed with the men and made herself useful by preparing their meals and keeping the house for them. The robbers became every day more fond of their newly adopted sister, who was so gentle and good. They treated her with all respect and were careful she should enjoy every comfort that they could afford her. I must tell you now that the girl's mother knew an old woman who would often came to the inn, and whose business was to go doing errands and carrying messages. "Tell me," said the landlady one day to the old woman, "you who travel everywhere and see so many faces, did ever see a woman more beautiful than myself?" "Well, if I must tell you the truth, I have seen a handsomer face than yours. Once in a town at Trasomontes, I saw a girl more charming than any woman I ever saw in my entire life. She had a lovely figure, and the sweetest and smallest feet possible." "Indeed," replied the landlady. "Then I know who she is. I want you to take a present to her the first time you go that way." She then took out of a small drawer a small pair of slippers, and gave them to the old woman, saying, "Here, take these to her, and tell her that it is her loving mother who sends them. But you must on no account leave them with her till you see her put them on. Be very particular about it, and I assure you that I shall pay you well if you follow my instructions faithfully." The woman did as she was told, and going to the house where the girl was living, accosted her thus: "My dear girl, I bring you some slippers which your loving mother sends you, that you may wear them for her sake. I am not in want of shoes, as my brothers supply me with them whenever I require any, so you may, if you please, take them back to my mother." But the old woman insisted on putting them on her, just to see if they fitted her, and so teased her to do it, and at last the girl, to get rid of the old woman, consented, and began to try them on. She had hardly ever put on one of those shoes on when her eyes were completely closed. She put on the other, and the other eye was also closed. In that instant she fell to the floor, dead. The old woman, surprised and frightened at what she saw, ran away, and left the neighborhood as fast as she could. When the robbers came home and saw their beloved sister lying dead on the floor, they wondered how she came by her death. They were sorely grieved, and wept over her corpse. "But," they said, "it is such a shame for a face and a figure like that to be hidden underground. We must put her in a coffin with a glass lid, and place it in the hills, where the king's son comes to hunt, and his nobles. It is right that he sees such a rare and lovely flower." The robbers had a beautiful coffin made, in which they laid the body of their dear sister, and strewed flowers over her. And then, fastening the glass cover down, they carried her to a retired spot on the hills. Now, it so happened to be that the king's son, as he was hunting one day with a number of courtiers, passed the very spot where the girl's body was laid, and seeing the coffin, they wondered why it was placed in such an unusual way and locality. The prince looked into the coffin, and was at once fascinated by the beauty of the dead girl's countenance and the eyelids that were fringed with long silken lashes. He admired her pretty hands and feet, and the silver band twined in the luxuriant tresses of her hair. His heart beat fast as he looked into the face, and wondered if it were possible to call down a fairy who with her magic wand would bring back to life the little beauty whom he sighed and snatched from death to call his own. When the prince had recovered from his reverie, he was determined to at least take with him a keepsake of the beautiful figure, and uncovering the coffin he pulled off one of the pretty little slippers. But he had hardly done so when the girl's eyes opened. The king's son, seeing this immediately, pulled off the other slipper, and behold, the other eye opened also, and the girl came back to life again. The prince, in the greatest delight, took her by the hand and helped her out of the coffin, and she came forth, if possible, fresher and fairer than ever before. The prince now set one of his attendants to take a carriage, and the maiden to the palace, and present her to the king. After a few weeks from this event, the prince married the girl, amid great rejoicings. Among the court of beauties there was not one to compare with the sweet little bride in grace and loveliness. The prince then took his bride to his mother's inn, that the cruel woman who might know that she had not succeeded in killing her daughter, who, by her matchless beauty, had captivated and married the prince of royal blood. The chronicles of those times relate to that of the wicked landlady, steadfast in her stern resolve, tried once more to destroy her daughter, so full was she of jealousy and revenge. But her daughter was now so far removed from her clutches and her sphere that she could not carry out her cruel purpose, and thus ends this wonderful history of a beauty and her magic slippers.
Section 28 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patty Harden. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Enriqueta Montejo. The Magician's Servant. The hero of this story was a lad who left his home to seek for employment. He had not been long seeking a master when he was told of a house where a servant was required. He therefore applied for the situation. The very first question they asked him was whether he could read, and as he answered in the affirmative, they informed him that that would be an objection to their engaging him, as they wanted a servant who could not read. After this, he called at another house where a domestic was wanted. But here again he was asked the same question as at the former house. The lad, fearing to make another mistake by owning that he could read, answered that he was so very ignorant that he did not even know his letters, and as it happened that they wanted an ignorant person, they gladly engaged him, believing that what he said was the truth. The master of this house was a magician and a sorcerer. He spent all night writing upon the sciences of necromancy and geomancy, explaining divination by means of lines, dots, and points, and also how to practice legerdemain. He had books from which he gathered much of his information, and therefore it was absolutely necessary that his servants should not be able to understand them, and so become as clever as himself. But our lad read in the morning what his master wrote at night, and on what occasion, when his master was away from home for a few days, he read all his books and writings on magic by which he learnt the science, and being now satisfied that he could work at this mysterious art as cleverly as his master, he left his situation and returned home to his parents. When his mother saw him coming in, she said, "My son, how thin you have grown!" "Never mind, mother. I have learnt an art by the practice of which we shall become very rich, and then I shall have time to go stout again, with better food and less work. You must know that I am going to transform myself into a greyhound, and my father must take me to the fair and sell me, but he must be careful not to sell the leash, as there is a charm in it, and it would be a great misfortune to me were it to fall into the possession of another person." The lad, transformed into a dog, was accordingly taken to the fair by his father, and it soon attracted much attention on account of its remarkable appearance, as it possessed all the points necessary for a good sporting dog. The hunters present all bid against each other, wishing to be the possessor of so valuable a dog, so that the father had no difficulty in selling the dog for a great price. But when the hunter offered to buy the leash as well, the father refused and put it into his pocket. The hunters then drove over to a meet of the hounds on a well-wooded mountain, and on arriving there they let all the dogs loose. But this greyhound, going over the hill, disappeared from sight, and again, taking his former shape of man, returned and joined the hunters. "Oh, my good man," said they, "did you happen to see a greyhound on your way? We have just lost a very valuable one, which we brought with us." "Oh, yes," replied the lad. "He goes in front of you, running swiftly away." "I shall be very sorry to lose him, as he cost us much money." "You may consider your money lost, then, for you will never catch the animal. It is too swift to be easily overtaken." After this, the lad left the hunters and went home. On arriving, his father asked him why he had been so long away, and the boy answered that he was taken as a dog to a mountain, there to hunt the hare, but that he escaped from the hunters by stratagem. "Tomorrow," said he, "there is to be another fair, and I shall go to it under the disguise of a horse, and a fine horse I shall be. You must sell me at a high price, but be careful to keep the bridle, and do not sell it on any account." The father went to the fair with his son changed as a horse, and whom should he meet at the fair but the lad's master, the magician, who recognized his servant in the disguised horse, and being determined to be the possessor, he offered to give any sum of money he might ask for it. But when the father refused to let the magician have the bridle with the horse, a dispute arose in which those present took part of the purchaser, for, as they said, the bridle was included in the bargain. The poor father, being pressed by the crowds to give up the bridle, at last consented to let the magician have it. The magician now gave the horse to a groom to take home, and cautioned him, as he pointed to a fountain at a short distance, not to let the horse approach it, threatening to kill him if he did so. As the groom went along with the horse, everyone that passed it praised its symmetry and beautiful shape, and seeing that the horse was not allowed to approach the fountain, though it made frantic efforts to do so, and to drink all the water, all the bystanders appealed to the groom to let the beautiful horse drink, as it would be cruel to deprive it of water on such a hot day. The horse, however, taking advantage of a moment when the groom's attention was diverted from him, jumped over him, ran up to the fountain, and instantly taking the form of a fish, disappeared in the water. When the magician arrived and found that the horse had given his groom the slip, he was very angry with the man, but the people who had seen the occurrence said, "Do not blame the poor man, for when he had least expected it, the horse jumped over him, and, taking the form of a fish, leaped into the water and disappeared into the fountain." The magician, on hearing this, at once transformed himself into an otter, and jumped into the fountain to eat up the fish. But the fish took the form of a dove and flew away. The otter then changed itself into a kite and chased the dove, but just as the kite was on the point of darting upon the dove to carry it off, the dove turned into an apple and fell on the lap of a lady who was sitting on a balcony with some friends. The kite now returned into a man, its natural form, and begged the holder of the apple to let him have it. But the lady, wishing to keep it because she thought it had fallen from heaven, refused to give it up. The magician began to wring his hands in despair, and weeping bitterly said to the ladies, "Dear good ladies, if you refuse to let me have the apple, I shall certainly die. It is a charm which I have lost, and I must regain it if I would live. You surely would not wish to see me dead." The lady, compassionating the man's distress, was on the point of giving up the apple, when the apple, changing itself into millet seeds, fell into her hand. The man, however, equal to the occasion, now turned into a hen with a number of chickens, so as to eat up the seeds. But the millet seeds began to swell till they took the shape of a fox, and then jumped down and ate up the hen and her chicks, after which once more it took the form of a man and went home. When the father saw his son return, he said to him, "My son, what a time you have been away! What has kept you so long?" To which the son replied, "It is all your own fault if I have been absent long, my father. You will never be rich, however much I may try, for you would always cross my plans. By your foolishness in giving up the bridle, you have put me in danger of losing my life over and over again. It is therefore high time I sought my fortune elsewhere." End of section 28.
Section 29 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Montero. Section 29. The Broken Egg. In a lonely part of the country there lived a man who had a daughter and one manservant. A gentleman from Brazil, who was traveling alone, happened to pass this man's house. He went in and asked him to let his manservant accompany him as far as the other side of a mountain he had to cross, because he carried much money with him and was afraid of being robbed. The man agreed to this, and ordered his servant to go with the gentleman. After a few hours the servant returned, and said, "Oh, master, will you give me your daughter in marriage, for I like her very much?"
"I've never heard of such impudence," said his master. "If I had not a friendly feeling towards you on account of your long service, I would pack you out of my house this minute, with only a loaf of bread, that you might not starve on the way."
"But listen, master, I am a rich man now, for I have murdered the Brazilian and taken his money," replied the servant, showing him a large bag of gold.
"Oh, Well, considering all things, I have no objection to giving you my daughter as wife, but you must go thrice at midnight to the place where you killed the Brazilian, and listen to what you may hear."
The young fellow went to the place as he was told, and on his return his master asked him what he had heard. "I heard a voice saying, 'I will be revenged, and you shall pay me for the cruel deed.'"
"Go back, then," rejoined the master, "and ask how soon you will have to pay."
The young man went back, and the voice said in reply, "In 30 years' time." When the master heard that, he said to his servant, "As in 30 years' time I shall no longer be alive, you may marry my daughter." So the marriage took place, as may be supposed. When 30 years had passed, 2 beggarmen came to the house and asked for alms, and the girl's father, who was still alive, said, "Let them come in for the night, and have something to eat." As they were entering the house, they stumbled against a basket full of eggs, and 1 egg was broken. This made the father very angry, but the beggars apologized, saying, "Oh, sir, don't scold us, for we are willing to pay you for the harm we have done you, even if it should cost us money."
"It is not for the loss of the egg that I am vexed, but because while the wheel of fortune turns round it is all right, but the moment it begins to stop it will never turn again. It is 30 years since I gave my daughter away. For 30 years I have not once given alms, and today is the first time since then that I have had a loss, though it is only of an egg."
The men lay down to sleep, and after a while one said to the other, "Are you asleep?" "Nay, I've not slept a wink yet. I'm thinking we'd better get away from here, the sooner the better. For a house where no alms have been given, and where the people have had no loss for 30 years until today, some misfortune is sure to happen to it before very long." His companion replied to this, "Where can we go now to sleep? It is too late to find any place open." "It is no matter where we go, so long as we get away, even if we find no better shelter than a wall." They rose up quickly and quietly left the house, and proceeded to where there was a wall near some houses, and, crouching under it, settled themselves to sleep as well they could. During the darkness of the night they were startled by hearing a loud crash, and one said to the other, "Did you hear that tremendous uproar?" "I did indeed," replied the other beggar. "You may take it for a certainty that that man's house has tumbled down about his ears." Next morning, as soon as it was daylight, they went to see what had happened, and as they neared the spot where the house stood, they found that it had disappeared altogether. Not even a brick could be found, not a vestige remaining of the fine mansion. There was a great pit open in the ground, into which it had fallen, and all the inmates had been buried beneath, master, daughter, and servants. End of section 29. Read by Rajapillai Pillai in Boston, Massachusetts, March 8th, 2026.
Section 30 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Montero. The Little Boy and the Moon. Once there lived a boy who was so fond of the moon that when quite a little child he would toddle up a high hill to gaze upon her. His father noticed this predilection, and curious to know what the reason why he was always gazing at the moon, went up the hill one day when the child was there, and inquired why he did so, and what he saw on the moon to interest him so much. To this the child replied, "Father, I love to be near the moon, because she often speaks to me. She has told me that one day you will think it an honor to bring me water to wash my hands with, but that I shall shrink back and refuse to be served by you." The father returned home, wondering what the moon could mean, and related to his wife what the child had said. The wife, in great alarm, leaped up from her seat and cried, "I believe the child means to say that some day we shall be his humble servants. The impudent little chit! He deserves to be taken and thrown into the sea." The father took her at her word, went for a chest, and having found one strong and large enough to hold the child, he put him inside, fastened the lid down firmly, and consigned the chest and the child to the mercy of the waves. After the box had been tossed about by the wind and waves, It was driven to a distant shore, where some fishermen, seeing it floating on the water, and thinking it must contain some treasure, hauled it in and carried it to the king. His Majesty ordered the box to be opened, and was delighted to find that it contained a beautiful boy. He said he would take care of him and adopt him as his son, and he charged a number of masters to bring him up and educate him as if he were a prince. And when he was 20 years of age, the king gave him a large sum of money, and sent him to travel with a numerous and brilliant retinue. The boy's parents were now reduced to great poverty, and in order to gain a livelihood, they left their own country and set up an inn by the side of a road much frequented by travelers. The prince, during his travels, reached the same country where his parents had established themselves. When he came to where the inn stood, he entered it with his retinue to take refreshments, and occupied a suite of apartments for a few hours. The prince having expressed a wish to wash his hands, the father, who did not recognize his son, knelt down at his feet and presented him a silver ewer containing water. The prince, by an irresistible movement which he could not account for, shrank back and would not accept his services. He felt, he knew not why, that though he might be a prince, yet the man that knelt before him so humbly was his superior. At this the innkeeper became strangely agitated, and began to tremble in every limb. The prince noticed the landlord's odd behavior, and asked him what had so affected him. To which he replied, "Because your refusal, prince, reminds me of a son I had who, if he were alive now, would be about your age. I wickedly cast him into the sea to perish, because, when a mere child, he told me the moon had said that some day I should bow to him, and think it an honor to offer him water to wash his hands. But what have I to do with your son?" "Nothing whatever, my lord, for you are a king's son, and I am a poor, humble innkeeper." When the prince came home and related the incident to the king, he immediately ordered a trusty officer to go and inquire into the matter and find out if the innkeeper could possibly be the prince's father. After many inquiries and cross-questioning, it was made evident to the king that the innkeeper was really the father of his adopted son. The prince begged the king to pardon his father and mother, and not to punish them. The king was touched by the prince's filial appeal, and spared the lives of his parents. The innkeeper and his wife felt very grateful for the king's mercy, and as they were reconciled to their son, they begged as a great favor that their son should be allowed to live with them. But instead of that, the king invited them to come and live in his palace, for his majesty said that after his death the prince would reign in his stead. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maria Forslund. Tales of Old Lusitania by Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Monteiro. The White Rabbit. Here's the white rabbit that went to the garden to look for a cabbage to make herself soup. When the white rabbit got back from the garden, she found her door locked on the inside. She knocked and thumped against it till someone cried from within, "Who is there?" And the rabbit, in great surprise, replied, "I'm the white rabbit, come home from the garden where I pulled up a cabbage to make me some soup." Then she heard a great gruff voice from within, which said to her, "I'm the huge jolly goat, with a spring and a bound, and I can cut you in three, and eat you up in no time." The poor little white rabbit went away in great haste and fear, and very sad, and presently she met a big bull, and said to him, "Big Bull, be my friend. I'm the white rabbit that went to the garden and brought home a cabbage to make me some soup. When I got there I found the huge jolly goat. With a spring and a bound he will cut me in three and eat me up in no time." To this the great bull replied, "I won't go there, and I can't help you, for I'm very much afraid of the huge jolly goat." The rabbit went on further,
and she met a powerful dog, and she cried in a piteous voice, "Dear dog, do help me. I'm the white rabbit that went to the garden and brought home a cabbage to make me some soup. When there I reached, I met the huge jolly goat that with a spring and a bound will cut me in three and eat me up in no time." The dog replied very civilly, "Oh, I can't go there. I'm so afraid." She then set off again until she saw a fine cock strutting about, to whom she applied for help in her distress. "I'm the white rabbit that went to the garden and was coming home to make some soup. When there I reached, I met the huge jolly goat that with a spring and a bound will cut me in three and eat me up in no time." "Oh, I won't go there, for I'm frightened of the beast." The poor little rabbit, in despair of getting anyone to go with her and get rid of the goat that had taken possession of her little house, went away very sad indeed, believing she could never get back to her home, when suddenly she came across a busy little ant, who asked her very kindly, "What ails you, little rabbit, that you look so sad?" "I was coming from the garden, where I went for a cabbage to make some soup. When there I reached, I met the huge jolly goat that with a spring and a bound will cut me in three and eat me up in no time." When the good little ant heard her sad tale, she said, "I'll go with you and see what we can do in the matter." They both went together and knocked at the house door. The great goat said from within, "Here no one can enter, for here is the great he-goat, that with a spring and a bound will fall upon you both, and cut you in three, and eat you up in no time." The little ant replied, "I'm the great big ant that can make a hole in your belly so big and take out your inside." When the little ant had said these terrible words, she quietly crept in through the keyhole, killed the great goat with a sting, made a hole for the rabbit, who cut up the large cabbage and put it to boil, and made some soup. The two friends lived together very happily ever after, the white rabbit and the great big ant. End of section 31.
Section number 32 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Henriqueta Monteiro. The Nobleman and the Green Blinds. A certain king had a daughter whom he wished to marry, and to that end he invited to his court a number of princes from almost every country. The princess might make her choice among them, but though these princes were eager to please, did their best to engage her affections, and were most particular to dress magnificently, with large aigrettes of diamonds on their caps, which were worked with gold thread, and wore bands across their shoulders in which were set splendid rubies and emeralds of the first water. Still, there was not one she could admire to care for, and on being questioned by the king, she said the only man she would have for her husband would be the nobleman who had green blinds to his windows, for he had golden hair and beard and silver teeth. The king, when he heard this, sent messengers all over the world to look for this wonderful personage, and find out where he lived. But all their search was in vain, for everywhere they were told that no such person had ever been heard of. Years passed, and still the king was anxiously expecting to see the gentleman that had green blinds make his appearance. One day, whilst standing in the palace window, he saw a splendid carriage pass, with green painted windows, blinds of the same color, and 2 lackeys also in green livery. The king instantly ordered the carriage to be stopped, and what was his joy to find that inside it there sat the identical nobleman, with the golden hair and beard and silver teeth. He called his daughter and asked her if the gentleman in the carriage was the nobleman she was waiting for. She replied, full of joy, that it was, but she was immediately after filled with such deep melancholy that she herself could not account for, and which surprised everyone in the palace who had expected to see her happy. The gentleman of the green blinds was asked into the palace, and said that he had come because he knew the princess wished to marry him, and that he wished the marriage to take place as soon as possible. The marriage was accordingly solemnized next day, and the moment the festivities were over, he started with the princess for his own country. The carriage in which they travelled seemed all at once to be flying high above the ground, now over fields and forests, now over seas, rivers, and their bridges, skimming over the houses and trees on their way, as if by magic. At last they found themselves in a thick forest, and here a great storm arose. The thunder crashed, thunderbolts fell on the earth, and great flashes of lightning seemed to set the world on fire. The princess, terrified beyond description, cried out aloud, "Lord Jesus, help me!" She had hardly spoken these words when suddenly the tempest was stilled. The carriage with green lackeys vanished from sight, and the gentleman of the green blinds, who was no other than the devil himself, the moment he heard the blessed name of the Saviour, sank to the depths of the infernal regions. When the poor princess found herself suddenly alone and unprotected in so wild a place, without a house near to shelter her, she cried to Our Lady, promising that if anyone should come to save her, she would keep silence for a whole year. She had not long to wait, for she soon heard the tramping of horses, followed by the sound of a gun, and a moment after a young prince, who was out on a hunting excursion, came into view, mounted on a noble steed, and surrounded by a troop of cavaliers. The prince was astonished to find in such wilds a lonely maiden weeping, whom, by her exalted appearance and the magnificent robes she had on, he judged to be a royal princess. He rode up to her and, dismounting, accosted her with great respect, and said, "O lovely maid, who has left you here, alone and exposed to the weather and the wild beasts that prowl about seeking for a meal?" The princess made no answer, for she had already begun to fulfill the promise she had made to Our Lady. The prince continued to question her, but as she held her peace he concluded that she was dumb, and took her to his father's palace, where she was a mystery to everyone. In the meantime the prince travelled through many countries, endeavouring to find out where she had come from and to what royal family she belonged. But all his efforts were in vain, for nowhere could he discover the least trace of her family and history. A year had thus been spent, and still the princess remained a mystery. But the prince, feeling more and more in love with her, determined to discard the rich, proud countess to whom he had been paying attentions, and to marry the dumb and friendless maiden. On the very day when the 12 months were completed, since the princess was brought to the palace, the prince ordered that she should be attired in royal robes, with a tiara of diamonds and a necklace of pearls. When she came into court thus attired, the countess, cross with envy, began mocking and sneering at her and everything about her, saying, "Do look at that silly dumb girl! What a figure she makes in her ugly robes and mock jewels!" The princess, who at that very moment had completed her full year of silence, startled the whole court by saying, Do look at the poor, envious Countess. She will be sorry to know that I am not dumb." The Queen Mother, who was present and heard the Princess speak, ran full joy to tell her son that the dear girl had spoken. The Prince, agreeably surprised, came running in and embraced her and asked her to tell him her story and how it was that she was abandoned in the forest, which she did, and thus cleared up the mystery that hung over her. The Prince wrote to the Princess's father, informing him of all that had occurred, and notified his intention to marry her on account of her rare beauty and goodness. They were accordingly married amidst the rejoicings of the people, by whom she was much beloved, and the cross Countess was turned out of the palace. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maria Forslund. Tales of Old Lusitania by Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enriqueta Monteiro. The Big-Bellied Chick. A little chick, which was very precocious for its age, one fine summer day left its mother and its brothers and sisters to seek a livelihood for itself. And as it went along, it came to a heap of mould, and, going up to the top, began to scratch the earth, and, greatly to its surprise and delight, found a bag of money hidden in the heap. The chick thought now that it would go to court and present the bag of money to the king, so off it started. On the way to the court it came to a river, and, finding that it could not cross it, said to the river, "O river, draw back your waters, that I may cross you safely." As the river took no notice of what it said, but continued to run its course as usual, the little chick drank up all the water, and so was able to cross to the other side. The chick went on its way, and very soon met a fox, who stood in its path, and, as it could not pass him, it cried out, "Move out of the way, and let me pass." But the fox looked at the little creature before him with contempt, and an expression of face which seemed to say, "If you don't take care, I'll gulp you down in a minute." However, the fox was spellbound by the chickling, for he was swallowed up himself by the little one he despised. After a while, as the chick went along, it came to a pine tree, which, though the little chick spurred it and struck it angrily with its tiny wing, stood obstinately in the way, and would not move, so, without more ado, the chickling gobbled up the tree also. It next met a wolf, who looked down fiercely at the little chick, and was ready to put his large paw upon it and crush it. But the impudent little thing stuck up its tiny head, and begged the wolf to turn aside and make room for it to pass. The big animal only stared at it, and would not move an inch, so the chick had no other remedy but to eat him up also. Finally, as the chickling was passing by a field, a large horned owl that had a nest full of young ones on a tree near the path flew at the chick's head and tried to fasten her talons on its tiny face, but after repeated attacks the little chick gulped down the owl. Having got rid of this assailant, it went along merrily for 3 days and 3 nights, until it reached the king's palace, and asked to see the king. And when the king granted it an audience, it proudly presented his majesty with a bag of money. The king was glad to receive it, and then ordered the chick to be taken to the poultry yard, shut up in the hen coop, and to be fed and well treated. But as soon as the chick found itself a prisoner in such a narrow space, it began to cry aloud, and from its wiry dungeon began to crow, "Kikiriki, bring my money bag back to me, my heart does ache, fit to break." But finding that no attention was paid to its cry, it opened its mouth wide and let out the fox it had swallowed, who soon made a meal of the other cocks and hens. The king's servants immediately went and told his majesty what had happened, and the king commanded that the chick should be shut up in a cupboard. But when it was there, it began to sing as before, "Kikiriki, bring my money bag back to me, my heart does ache, fit to break." But as they did not bring the money bag, it threw up the pine tree, which fell on the cups and glasses that were kept in the cupboard, which were all smashed into 1,000 pieces. The king then ordered the chick to be confined in the stable. But here it began to cry aloud and sing for its money bag as before, and, as the king seemed determined not to deliver up the coins, the chickling in revenge opened his mouth and ejected the wolf, who killed and ate up the horses. The king, in despair, had the troublesome chick shut up inside an oil jar, but the chickling threw up the owl, and the bird drank up the oil. The king was now fairly puzzled what else to do to keep the chick quiet and out of mischief, and after much consideration determined to kill it by baking it. He ordered the oven to be heated and the little creature to be put inside and baked. But even inside the oven, this saucy bird began to cry and sing aloud, and then began to pour out of its mouth all the water it had drunk from the river. The water completely swamped the oven, put out the fire, and even the palace itself soon began to be flooded, the water reaching up to the very windows. But the king, wringing his hands in consternation and despair, ordered that the bag of money should be returned to the dreadful chick, and that it should be sent away at once, before it had time to throw up all the water it had drunk from the river. The chick then returned home very contented, carrying the bag of money in its beak. End of section 33.
Section number 34 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shantha Roberts. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Oniqueta Montero. The Monkey's Pomegranate Tree. Once upon a time, a monkey sat on an olive tree eating a pomegranate, and one of the seeds fell on the ground, and out of it there grew up a pomegranate tree. The monkey, seeing that both trees could not flourish so near each other, went to the owner of the olive tree and asked him to be good enough to remove it from where it stood, that his pomegranate tree might have room to grow. The man said, "I will not root up a good old tree that has cost me years to grow to make room for yours that only sprang up yesterday. I'll see you hanged on the olive tree first." Then the monkey went to a magistrate and said, "O magistrate, bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow." The magistrate replied, "The laws are made for men and not for monkeys." Then the monkey went to the king and said, "O king, punish the magistrate who will not bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow." The king replied, "My magistrates never do wrong." Then the monkey went to the queen and said, "O queen, scold the king for not punishing the magistrate who will not bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow." The queen replied, "A wife should never scold her husband." Then the monkey went to a rat and said, "O rat, gnaw the queen's skirt. She will not scold the king for not punishing the magistrate who will not bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow." The rat replied, "It would be rude to gnaw a lady's skirt." Then the monkey went to the cat and said, "O cat, kill the rat that will not gnaw the queen's skirt, who will not scold the king for not punishing the magistrate, who will not bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow. The cat replied, Mice are easier to kill and nicer to eat. Then the monkey went to the dog and said, O dog, worry the cat that will not kill the rat, that will not gnaw the queen's skirt, who will not scold the king for not punishing the magistrate, who will not bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow. The dog replied, It is mean to change old friends for new. Then the monkey went to the stick and said, O stick, beat the dog that will not worry the cat, that will not kill the rat, that will not gnaw the queen's skirt, who will not scold the king for not punishing the magistrate, who will not bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow. The stick replied, You deserve a taste of me more than he does. Then the monkey went to the fire and said, O fire, burn the stick that will not beat the dog, that will not worry the cat, that will not kill the rat, that will not gnaw the queen's skirt, who will not scold the king for not punishing the magistrate, who will not bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow. The fire replied, It is a waste to burn a walking stick. Then the monkey went to the water. O water, put out the fire. Put out the fire that will not burn the stick, that will not beat the dog, that will not worry the cat, that will not kill the rat, that will not gnaw the queen's skirt, who will not scold the king for not punishing the magistrate, who will not bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow. The water replied, The fire is boiling for me to cook the king's cabbages. Then the monkey went to the ox and said, O ox, drink up the water that will not put out the fire, that will not burn the stick, that will not beat the dog, that will not worry the cat, that will not kill the rat, that will not gnaw the queen's skirt, who will not scold the king for not punishing the magistrate, who will not bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow. The ox replied, The cabbages would burn, and the king's dinner would be spoiled. Then the monkey went to the butcher and said, O butcher, kill the ox that will not drink up the water, that will not put out the fire, that will not burn the stick, that will not beat the dog, that will not worry the cat, that will not kill the rat, that will not gnaw the queen's skirt, who will not scold the king for not punishing the magistrate, who will not bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow. The butcher replied, You mayn't kill other people's cattle. At last the monkey went to Death and said, O Death, carry off the butcher who will not kill the ox, that will not drink up the water, that will not put out the fire, that will not burn the stick, that will not beat the dog, that will not worry the cat, that will not kill the rat, that will not gnaw the queen's skirt, who will not scold the king for not punishing the magistrate, who will not bid the man remove his olive tree to make room for my pomegranate tree to grow. And Death said he would. When the butcher heard that, he turned pale and pleaded, Don't carry me off, and I promise to kill the ox. And the ox bellowed out, Don't kill me, and I will drink the water. And the water bubbled over and hissed, Don't drink me up, and I will put out the fire. And the fire stirred himself till he crackled, Don't put me out, and I will burn the stick. And the stick stood up on one leg and said, Don't burn me, and I will beat the dog. And the dog howled, Don't beat me, and I will worry the cat. And the cat mewed, Don't worry me, and I will kill the rat. And the rat squeaked, Don't kill me, and I will gnaw the queen's skirt. And the queen shrieked out, Don't gnaw my skirt, and I will scold the king. And the king whimpered, Don't scold me, and I will punish the magistrate. And the magistrate went down on his knees and begged, Don't punish me, and I will bid the man remove his olive tree, or he shall hang on it. The man said, O magistrate, don't hang me, and I will remove my olive tree. So the monkey had his way with his pomegranate tree, and I hope he will give us each a pomegranate off it. End of section number 34.
Section 35 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Eduardo Motel. The Prince, a Toad. There once lived a king who had been married many years, but had no family, and that was a great sorrow to him. The queen felt unhappy on her husband's account, and one day, as she was brooding over their trouble, she prayed to God to give her a son, even if he should be born a toad. Her prayer was heard, and before long she gave birth to a son who was immediately changed into a toad. The queen then wanted a nurse for her son. Messengers were sent out to every part of the country, but no woman would undertake to nurse an ugly toad, however much of a prince he might be. The king next proclaimed that he would marry his son to any maiden that would take charge of the prince, and would make her the heir to his kingdom besides. After much delay and loss of time, a very poor girl presented herself to the post, and the king, delighted to find a nurse at last, engaged her without more ado, and a handsome set of rooms was got ready for the use of the maiden and the prince. Several years had passed, and the toad had grown to a good size, but the girl still nursed and watched him as if he were a mere child. The prince had beautiful sparkling eyes, and could speak, and the girl often wondered how that could be if he were nothing but a toad. And she would say to herself, "His eyes and speech are not those of a toad." When the prince had grown to his full size, the girl dreamed one night that the prince, though bearing the outward shape of a toad, was really a man, but that on account of the sinful prayer of his mother, he had been changed into a toad. And in her dream, she was advised to take the prince for her husband, and all would turn out happily. That on the first night of their wedded life, on retiring to rest, he was to wear 7 petticoats, because the prince had 7 skins upon him, and that when the prince told her to take them off, she was to insist on his removing one of his skins for every petticoat that she pulled off. Everything happened as she had dreamed. She married the toad, and the first night they were together, when the prince told her to divest herself of her petticoats, she insisted on his removing the 7 skins that covered him. And when the last skin was off, he was changed before her eyes into a handsome and elegant prince. The girl was nearly wild with delight, and she fell on her husband's neck and kissed him. But in the morning, the prince put his 7 skins on again, which grieved the little wife very much, for it changed him back into an ugly toad. And though she entreated him to throw them off and never to put them on again, the only reply he gave was this: "It is needful that it should be so. Say no more about it." She went and related to the king and the queen what had happened, and they told her to get him to take off his skins again next night, but to leave her door open, as they wished to see him as a perfect man. The girl did as they told her, and when the prince was asleep, their majesties entered the chamber and gazed upon their handsome son, and rejoiced to find that he was truly a human being. In the morning, the prince again clothed himself with the skins, and the king complained to him for willingly transforming himself into an ugly toad, and asked him why he did so. The prince replied that he wished to remain a toad, because he knew that his father had a hard heart, and that if he saw his son presenting a handsome appearance, he would kill the poor girl and make him marry some beautiful princess. But no, he meant to be true to the kind-hearted girl who had taken pity on him while he was a toad. The king protested that he had no such intentions, but only desired to see him look handsome and princely as he really was. The prince was deaf to all entreaties, so the king ordered the young wife to gather up the skins when the prince had taken them off at night, and bring them to him. She waited till he was fast asleep, and then took the skin to the king, who instantly threw them into the blazing fire. In the morning, the prince, not finding the skins, asked his wife what she had done with them. and she told him that the king had entered his chamber and carried them away to burn them. "No doubt," he rejoined. "It was you that gave them to him to burn, and I want to know who gave you leave to do so. Goodbye, I must leave you, but if ever you meet me again, mind you imprint a kiss on my lips." The poor little wife remained in the palace, truly sad and disconsolate, not daring to follow her husband. But when the king and queen found that their son was gone, they turned her out of doors without food or anything but the clothes she had on. So you can imagine the worst state she was in. She wandered from place to place, not knowing where to go, and to everyone she met, she put this question: "Have you seen the prince who is my husband?" describing his appearance most minutely. A number of blind beggars passed her on the road, and she accosted him with these words: "Have you met with a very handsome princely-looking man?" The young men who were leading the blind man replied that they had seen a man on the river Jordan, who answered to her description, adding that he was engaged in throwing pieces of bread on the water, and saying, "This piece goes for the response of my father's soul, this goes for the response of my mother's soul, and this one for the good of my dear wife." The girl waited on the road till the man should return to the spot, and she then joined them and went with them until she reached the river Jordan. There she found the prince sitting by the riverside, musing and wrapped up in thought. She went up to him, and before he had time to notice her, she imprinted a kiss on his lips. And he, leaping up from his seat, said to her, "Now let us return home, for the spell is broken, and the period of our enchantment is expired." They returned to the palace, and the king and the queen, who had had time to repent of their cruel behavior to their daughter-in-law, welcomed their son and daughter, and much rejoicing and merrymaking. They lived happily together ever after. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by RanaAura. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho, translated by Enrique Monteiro. Maria Silva. A young prince one day went out hunting, and as he entered the forest, he heard what seemed the piteous cry of a little child. As he approached the spot whence the cry seemed to proceed, he heard a voice saying, "I seek her, prince, for, come what may, she that weeps you'll wed one day." The prince laughed at this, and said, "Very well, we shall see if those words come true." He continued, however, to search for the child, and at last came to a grass plot, where he saw a little girl amusing herself by playing and rolling about on the soft grass. He raised her up from the ground, and that he might know her again, he cruelly marked her with a heated iron, cut off one of her little fingers, and then laid her down in a bush, and left her to her fate. This poor child had been deserted by her unnatural mother, and left there with no one to care for her. A shepherd belonging to that part of the country was in the habit of taking his flock to pasture near the thicket where the poor child had been laid by the prince. One day, when calling his flock together at sunset to go home, he found that his best and finest goat was missing. It was only after much seeking and calling that she returned to him. Next day the goat did the same thing, and day after day she would absent herself until called for. The shepherd, who could not imagine the reason of the goat's strange behavior, and was afraid of losing her altogether, said to his wife one day, when he came home, more concerned and puzzled than usual, "Do you know, wife, that I'm afraid we shall lose our best goat one of these fine days. However sharply I may look after her, she manages to slip away from the flock every day, and only returns when I call out for her. What do you think I had better do?" The wife replied that she would go next day and watch the goat, while he minded the rest of the flock. She did so, and great was her surprise and interest to find the goat lying on the ground, suckling a beautiful little child. The good woman and the shepherd, who who had no children, were delighted at the discovery. They took the little girl home, and reared and brought her up as their own. Maria Silva, Woodland Mary, grew up to be a most beautiful maiden, and when the shepherd and his wife died, she entered the service of a princess, who was about to marry the very prince who had found her in the forest. Now the prince, who paid the princess many visits before their marriage, happened on one of these occasions to meet Maria Silva as he entered the palace, and instantly, as by some spell of fascination, he was struck with love for her. But he noticed the mark of a brand on her forehead, and that one of her little fingers was wanting, and this brought back to his mind the cruel thing he had done to a little child in the forest, when a voice had prophesied to him that some day that very child would be his wife. Determined to defy and defeat this prediction, he stifled the passion he felt for her, and to get her out of his way altogether, he began even to plot against the life of the innocent girl. He bought 3 splendid gold rings, and gave one to each of the princess's handmaids, by explaining to them that they would have to produce the rings in 3 days' time, when he would demand to see them, and he warned them that if any one of them failed to produce her ring, she would forfeit her life. After this, he secretly offered Maria's fellow servants a handsome reward if they could by any means bring about the loss of Maria Silva's ring. The 2 servants carried out the prince's design, and managed to make Maria drop her ring into the sea. But great was their astonishment to find that the loss of the ring, which was to be the cause of her death, did not seem to trouble her in the least. Next day, when the fish that had been cooked for the royal dinner were brought into the palace, she asked if she might help to clean them for cooking. The cook, who was glad of some help, readily agreed, and Maria, while preparing a large shad, which had come in with the rest of the fish, found her lost ring in the fish's belly. The day arrived when the 3 servants were to produce the rings, and Maria Silva, with a happy face and beaming with joy, presented hers to the prince, which so astonished both the wicked prince and the 2 servants that they all nearly fainted away. When the prince had sufficiently recovered from his surprise, he asked Maria how she had got her ring back, which had fallen into the sea, but her only answer was, "Left alone in the wood, by a prince I was found. A kind goat gave me food, and the goat herd was good, and here I'm safe and sound." The prince found that, instead of shaking off the spell under which he was laid, he was more than ever in love with Maria Silva, and resolved no longer to resist his fate. Filled with remorse, he made a full confession to Maria of all he had done to her, asked her to be forgiven, and said he would give up the princess and make her his wife instead, promising to atone for his crimes towards her by making her happy ever after. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Tales of Old Lusitania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Theseus Francis. Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Enriqueta Monteiro. The Great Hero. In former days, there lived a man who, though he had been married many years, had no children. This was a great sorrow to him, and to divert his mind from the sad subject, he took to the occupation of fishing, which he plied daily. One day, as he was thus employed, he was surprised to find only one large fish in his net, but greater was his astonishment when, on laying hold of it, he heard the fish say to him, "Oh, man, do not kill me." The good man took pity upon the fish, and restored it to its native element. The next day, however, the same thing happened to him, and again the man allowed the monster to swim back to sea at its own request. After 3 days, the same fish appeared once more in the fisherman's net, but this time it said, "Now, kill me, and cut me into 6 slices. Give 2 of them to your wife to eat, and 2 to your mare. But the last 2 slices you must bury behind your kitchen garden gate." The man did as the sea monster had commanded him, and in due time his wife gave birth to 2 beautiful boys, whilst the mare had 2 splendid colts, and a short time after this he saw 2 spears spring up from the ground behind the garden gate, where he had buried the 2 pieces of fish, by which the man understood that the boys were destined to become great warriors. When the boys had attained the age when they were likely to be drawn for the army, the father one day called them to him, and said, "You must now go and serve the king in your country, defending them both like valiant warriors. Here you have 2 horses, and 2 spears which you must never allow your enemy to split." The 2 boys took leave of their parents and left home, but when on the high road, the eldest, whose name was George, said to his younger brother, "I propose that we should now separate, and each take a different road, but we must try to meet again in a year's time, to relate to each other how we have fared, and our different exploits during the time. Take this branch of basil. If you see it wither, it will be a sign that I am in danger, or that some misfortune has befallen me, that you must at once seek me and come to my aid." The younger brother promised compliance, and they separated, each taking a different route. George to enlist as a soldier, and his brother to wander through foreign countries, seeking for adventures. On arriving at the capital city, George found that great agitation and terror prevailed, not only in the capital itself, but in the surrounding country, on account of a great dragon which infested the neighborhood, committing many ravages and killing many persons. And it was feared that the brute would endeavor to effect an entrance into the palace, and thus endanger the precious lives of the king and the royal family. He also found that such was the fear and consternation of the people that the bravest among them were afraid to encounter the dragon to destroy it, though the king, as an inducement, had announced that whoever should be fearless enough to kill the dangerous monster and bring one of its many heads to the palace should marry his daughter. George, however, who was brave and fearless, trained to every manly sport, and possessing a fine, fiery horse ready and willing to second his master in any adventure, determined, with the help of God, single-handed to encounter and destroy the dragon. He leaped upon his horse, seized his spear, and went forth to meet the dragon, his face illumined with a holy fire and angry defiance. A worthy knight to meet such an enemy. George waited impatiently for the dragon at the entrance of the bush, where, among its caves and thickets, the monster had its stronghold. He had not long to wait. He saw the dragon, with its 7 fearful-looking heads and flashing eyes, approach him, as if confident of its prey. A terrible fight ensued, which was witnessed by crowds of people, who stood at a distance gazing at the contest, trembling with fear and amazement at the rash daring, as they supposed, of the warrior. The dragon several times tore open the knight's flesh, and lashed its tail, inflicting dreadful blows on both knight and horse. But, by the help of God, they both stood their ground. A moment later, the horse trampled upon the dragon, while George, with his spear touching a vulnerable part, gave the animal its death blow, and that once dangerous monster fell at his feet a hideous, lifeless heap. The rumor of this daring deed reached the king before George had time to return to the city bearing one of the dragon's heads, and, as he entered the capital, messengers met him, summoning him to appear before the king, who had then sent to announce to him that he would make him the commander-in-chief of his army, and would give him his daughter in marriage. Meanwhile, George's brother, who was still wandering through different lands, as we have said before, seeking adventures, suddenly noticed that the branch of basil was withering. So, taking down his spear, he mounted his horse and started to the capital, seeking his brother George, as he feared some danger had befallen him. On arriving at the capital, he met George, who was waiting for him at the gates, and who related to him what had taken place, and that the king wished to reward him by giving him the command of the whole army and his daughter in marriage. Then he further said to his brother, "You know that I cannot marry the princess, on account of the vow of celibacy that I made long ago. Go you then to the king, and take the dragon's head that I cut off, and present it to the king. As you are so like me, the king will not perceive the difference, and will believe that you are the knight who killed the dragon, and he will give you his daughter in marriage. After you have concluded this affair, ask the king to make me his commander-in-chief, as I wish to make a name for myself in the pursuit of arms. It all happened as George desired, and he performed such glorious deeds for the good of his country and king, and was always so pious and virtuous that, after a saintly death, he earned the honor of being canonized by the Church. End of section 37. End of Tales of Old Lusitania by Francisco Adolfo Coelho. Translated by Enriqueta Monteiro.